Testing, testing. All right. I've been having so many hiccups with my beginning of our broadcast. I think my brain is still on vacation. But welcome in, my loves. It is time. I don't think anyone knows how much I absolutely love this podcast. Hello, dear. Welcome in. We will begin. Well, not begin. We will pick back up with the Magnus Archives, the horror podcast created by Rusty Quill. And if you've never had the opportunity to listen to the broadcast, please do check out their channel on YouTube or on Patreon. It is absolutely amazing for the voice acting. And if you're familiar with the game, what is that Slay the Princess game? Hold on, let me look on my Steam really quick. But yes, welcome in, my loves. Please allow yourself to get comfortable. We're gonna be here for a while. I hope that you brought some yummy snacks as well. Your voice is pretty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Let's see. It's not Slay the Princess. It is Slay the Princess, is it? Wait, am I wrong? No, I'm correct. So if you've played Slay the Princess before, the narrator's voice that you hear throughout that entire game, Jonathan Sims, I believe, that is who the show that we're going to listen to. They're a voice actor behind the Rusty Quill as well. So I'm just... love good voice actors, and it's just really amazing to me, because I think when we think about horror, whether it's like watching scary movies, I don't know if I've ever stopped to think about the different types of fear that we have. Que linda! Hello, dear. How are you? Thank you for joining us this morning. Or this evening, sorry. It is definitely the nighttime, because it's always nighttime insomnia. Always, always, always. That is my favorite time of day, and it is the best time to dream. But, I've never stopped and thought about the different types of fear that we can experience. And the Magnus Archives really does a magnificent job of really laying out hi, with all the I's and the H's, of really laying out what type of fears we experience, whether it's a primal fear, whether it's a fear of the vast openness of the world, or think about the sea and how terrifying it can be if you're on a ship and all this blue ocean around you. Or what about the fear of enclosed spaces? Or maybe, just maybe, you have a fear of being watched. It's so delicious. I love it. So we're diving back into, where did we leave off? It's been, I think, about a month since we last listened. But I'm going to add here the channel that we're listening from in case you want to listen on your own. There are 200 episodes, so there's quite a bit. There is quite a bit to listen to. So please, I encourage you to listen. It's absolutely worth it. But that is where you can really experience the show, because I think we're on episode 35 right now, so we've gone ahead quite a bit. But yeah, I hope you brought snacks. I hope that you are comfortable wherever you are, because we're going to be here for a while. We tend to listen to these until I get a bit sleepy. And am I the only person here? We have a very lurker-friendly space. So when we're not listening to horror, I like to read fairy tales or bedtime stories. So a lot of our viewers are here just to listen and to relax. So there's no pressure to chat. You can just show up as you are. So yeah. Vino. So I'm not sure why the bot didn't like that, but that's okay. I hope everyone brought something to eat, because we will be here for a little. And don't forget to check out the rules as well that are in our description box to make sure that you get to have a comfortable experience and that any nightmares that may pop up don't catch you out in the wild. So I want to do some sound tests really quick to make sure that you can hear the audio for the podcast. I'll be playing it. We'll have a timer. It's kind of like a watch along. We'll have a timer down in the corner of the screen, so that way you'll be able to catch up and see where we are. So I'm going to do a sound check really quickly. You should be able to hear this, so hold on. So you will hear that at the beginning of every episode. So that's kind of one of your cues to know that we've started a new episode. Yes. So let me get out our timer and make sure I frequently forget. We do a count backwards from 5, and then I'll start to play the episode. So get your snacks, get your blankie, get your stuffy, whatever you need to make you feel comfortable, and let's begin. We're on we're on episode 35, The Old Passage. And again, we're listening to the Magnus Archive, a horror podcast by the Rusty Quill. Hello, dear. And welcome again to everyone who, whether you're lurking or you are showing your presence, welcome in. This is also an 18+ space, so please keep that in mind. If you are a young one, I don't want you to be scared. But yes. All right. And our countdown starts now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay!
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Yay. Thank you for all the loves.
Episode 35, Old Passages.
I think I know what the... Oh,
Statement of Harold Silvana regarding
careful for
discoveries made
spamming.
during the renovation of the Reform Club, Pall Mall. Original statement given June 4th, 2002. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I'm a builder, sort of. I always find myself using the word craftsman or artisan, but that's mostly because of my client base. I specialize in renovation and alterations on listed buildings and those of historical or architectural significance. In simple terms, it's not much different to any other sort of construction work, except it takes about 3 times as long and costs 10 times as much. That's not to say I rip people off. You need to spend almost half the time just planning exactly how you're going to tackle any given job, while preserving or recreating the original architecture as much as possible. And then you have to be incredibly careful when you're doing the work. I'm quite serious when I say that if you're not paying attention and keeping the alterations well documented, you can get sued for millions over knocking out the wrong brick. Plus the materials aren't cheap. So yes, my services are expensive, but me and my team are worth every penny. And the sort of people I deal with, or should I say the sort of people whose personal assistants I deal with, can afford it. I don't have a company per se. People hire me for me, and I have a small team I trust to help out with the work itself. They're technically freelance contractors, but the pay's good enough, and in London at least, there's enough work that they're happy to wait on my call. I found plenty of interesting things in this job. I suppose that's not unexpected when you're digging around old buildings. We got kicked off a job once when we found some bones under a very venerable country house that will remain nameless, as the owners contacted the British Museum, who couldn't take over fast enough. There have also been a few jewellery pieces that found their way to other museums, and once we found a box of 17th century erotic poems that I think are currently languishing in the storerooms of the V&A Museum, but I never found anything like what was under 100 Pall Mall. We'd been called in to do some work on the basement and ground floor of the Reform Club. It wasn't anything major, some upkeep on a few of the historic pieces, replace a few of the earlier renovations. The amount of actual work involved was minimal, but it was a Grade 1 listed building, so the amount of care we had to take stretched it into a week-long job. It didn't help that we had to schedule around the fact that it's still a very active social venue, so we could only actually come out of the basement when it wasn't full of people too important to see builders. Grade 1 listing is a significant payday, though, so I certainly wasn't going to rock the boat. It was about 2 in the morning when the kid showed up. It was just me and Rachel Turley, who does most of our marble work, though we were mostly just doing surveying at that point. Alfred Bartlett was out getting coffee, though God knows where from at that time of night. We were just kicking our heels, really, since he's the plumber and we needed his expertise. Now, Alf has been in the business for nearly 40 years, and there wasn't a thing he didn't know about water or sewage systems. But we often joke that it's pushed everything else out of his head. I think he must have forgotten to lock the door when he headed out, and that's how the kid got in. That said, this was still the first week in March, and it was pretty cold, so I'm surprised we didn't notice the draft. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. The fact is that Rachel and I had been sat there chatting for maybe 5 minutes when we noticed we weren't alone. In the doorway, leading back to the stairwell, stood a thin figure. He looked to be in his late teens, I'd guess. He was dressed all in black, with heavy-looking boots and a t-shirt with the logo of some band emblazoned on it, Megadon or Mastodon or something like that. His hair was long and greasy, almost down to his shoulders, and looked to be dyed almost the same black as his clothes. Did not look like he was supposed to be skulking around the Reform Club, but I had encountered more than one member whose rich children were going through a rebellious period, so couldn't be entirely sure. I decided to be gentle in my initial inquiries and asked him if he was lost. Told him this part of the basement was off-limits due to renovations. The kid shook his head and asked if we'd found anything yet. Any of Leitner's pages. Now this took me aback a bit. I wondered how long he'd been standing there, because Rachel and I had just been talking about the man. Jürgen Leitner was a businessman from Norway, I believe, who used to have offices in the ground floor of the building next to the Reform Club at 100 Pall Mall. I don't know what his business was, but when I was first getting started back in '87, we got a call from Mr. Leitner requesting a consultation in his Pall Mall office. At that point it was just me and Rachel, and we mostly did stone restoration and alteration, so we assumed Mr. Leitner wanted our opinion on a property outside of London. Our reputation back then was not sufficient to get us access to any of these sort of central London buildings we now work on. When we first met Jürgen Leitner, he looked very much like I had imagined him. Portly, middle-aged, short blonde hair in the middle of going grey, well-tailored business suit. His office surprised me, though, as it was almost completely bare, save for a desk and 2 chairs in front of it. There were no tables or bookshelves or filing cabinets or anything like that. He asked us to sit down, and though he spoke with a very faint accent, his English was perfect. We made small talk, but he seemed impatient, eager to talk about whatever it was he wanted us to do. I asked him what the job was, and he stopped and looked at us closely. Then he said he simply wanted us to dig a hole. An unusual request, but not an unreasonable one, so I asked him whereabouts this was going to be. He rose, walked over to the corner, and pointed at the floor. He said he needed a hole put through the floor. I thought there would have been a basement under there, and he said, no, the building's basement didn't go under these rooms. He smiled an odd little smile as he said it, which put me a bit on edge. Now, there was no way we could do a job like that without the building owner's permission, and I told Leitner this. He began to get shifty then, and tried to tell us he already had the permission. When we told him we'd need to confirm it with the commercial landlord, he got very defensive, told us that it was fine and he'd need to discuss it with some other contractors first. When we told him we'd just need to have a quick phone call with the owner, he started screaming that we didn't understand what we were talking about, that he didn't need to explain himself to the likes of us, and there were some things that were too important, too powerful to be owned. Then he just started yelling at us in Norwegian until we left. We didn't bother contacting the owners of 100 Pall Mall in the end. It was, without a doubt, the weirdest interview with a prospective client that we'd ever had, and being so close to the site of it had Rachel and I reminiscing when this teenage burnout turned up. I asked him if he'd been eavesdropping, and he shrugged, and again asked what we had found. I was just about done with this kid, and started to tell him that he was going to have to leave, when Rachel interrupted me and asked what there was to find. The kid laughed, as though he and Rachel were in on some private joke. "Can you smell it?" he said, and for a brief moment I could smell something. Damp old stone and musty paper, just a faint whiff. It took me off guard, and I think that was why I just stood there, as he walked past me and picked up the hammer. He strode over to one of the walls, and, with a swing far stronger than I would have thought possible from his age and skinny frame, he buried it into the wall. I heard a scream, high-pitched, but it definitely didn't come from any of us. This was enough to break me out of my stupor, and I ran over and wrestled the hammer from the kid. He struggled and flailed, though he didn't say anything. As I tried to calm him down, Rachel called me over, and I looked at where he'd hit the wall. In the center of it was a neat hole. The other side was darkness. There shouldn't have been anything behind the wall except foundation. But it didn't look like this was a real basement wall. I let the kid go and walked over to get a closer look. Rachel started to examine it with her tools before she confirmed what I'd already guessed, that it was a fake. It looked like someone had blocked off a passage and then very carefully disguised it. It was at this point that Alf returned, and we had some considerable explaining to do. Through it all, the kid, who said his name was Jared, just sat there sullenly, listening to his CD player and waiting. When we asked him how he knew what was behind that wall, he just shrugged and told us that his mother knows all about this stuff. He didn't elaborate as to what this stuff might have been. We should have waited until morning and told the Reform Club staff what we'd found. We should have handed Jared over to the police, but Alf was always too curious for his own good, and he suggested we have a look inside. Rachel and I half-heartedly tried to argue against it, but I think deep down we wanted to know just as much as he did, so in we went. Knocking through the rest of the wall didn't take long. It had been built to look like the rest of the basement, but hadn't been constructed with the same skill. 10 minutes later, our coffees lay forgotten on the floor, and we stood before a passageway leading off into the musty darkness. A gentle breeze blew from this entrance, which didn't make any sense at all. We had plenty of torches, as you often need them during night work, so we each took one large one and a smaller backup in case the first had any problems. We tried to tell Jared to stay outside, but I could see immediately that, short of tying him up, there was no way we were going to keep him out of there. Tying him up did feel like a step too far, so we settled for keeping a close eye on him as we went inside. The passageway was cold, and the air thick with mildew, but the stone walls were in very good condition. Rachel said it looked to be from the mid-19th century, probably remains of the basement of the Carlton Club, which used to be located in what was now 100 Pall Mall. It was with a start that I realized that she was right. Based on where the corridor was going, we must have been underneath the building, almost exactly where Jürgen Leitner had wanted us to dig almost 15 years ago. We walked for some time, longer than I would have expected, given how big I remembered the building above us being. Alf kept asking Rachel if the corridor was getting narrower, and every time she would dutifully measure the width and inform him that no, it was exactly 5 feet wide. I couldn't blame him, really. I've never had any sort of claustrophobia, but I was finding it hard at points to catch my breath, to dismiss the feeling that the walls were pressing on me. Jared walked on ahead, seemingly unbothered by the place. We came to a crossroads, or more precisely a star. The chamber was small, round, and featureless, but there were doorways leading out in a circle. I counted 13, not including the one we had come in from. Looking down some of them made me feel oddly queasy. There was one that, for all the world, it felt like I was going to fall into it. Another was so dark that our torches didn't seem to reach more than a few feet inside. In the center, there was a date stone. It read, Robert Smirk, 1835, Balance and Fear. I don't know how much you know about famous London architects, but Robert Smirk was one of the foremost proponents of the Gothic revival in the early 19th century. His work was some of the first to use concrete and cast iron, and often described as theatrical, a description that makes a lot of sense when you look at the grand columns of the British Museum, his most famous building. Later, I would look up a list of his works, and discover that he had indeed built the Carlton Club in that exact spot. It had been destroyed in the Second World War during the Blitz, and the club itself had moved premises, but it looked like the underground foundations, or whatever this place was, had not been damaged. We stood there for some time as I explained this to the others. It took some time to do so, as, with the exception of Jared, I got the impression that none of us were in any hurry to go down the other tunnels. A deep apprehension seemed to have settled itself in the pit of my stomach, and everyone else also seemed to feel it. Then, without warning, Jared started running full pelt into one of the passages. I'm not sure which one it was of the 13. I called to him to come back, but got no reply, and Alf took off after him, running into the darkness and quickly turning a corner. Rachel and I looked at each other for a few seconds, but we both knew what we needed to be doing. I followed Alf into the passage, while she headed back down to the entrance to get help. This tunnel wasn't as dark as some of the others, but it was damper, and the walls seemed oddly slimy. After a few yards, the stone became so slick that I found it hard to keep my footing, and I fell. I put my hand onto the floor to push myself up, and it came away faintly tinged with red. I heard Alf cry out from further down the corridor. He sounded utterly terrified, and I started on towards him again. I saw lights from up ahead, and was about to call out when Jared came running back out of the darkness. He was clutching a book in his hands and clearly wasn't paying attention to where he was going. He barreled right into me, knocking me to the floor again. He was only a skinny kid, but he was so strong and kept his footing, disappearing back into the darkness towards the entrance. As he passed, I heard a small clattering sound, as though something were falling behind him. I reached out slowly to try and raise myself off the ground, and felt something small and oddly smooth lying there. I shined my light on it, and saw a small bone, from a bird, I think, or maybe a rat. I looked around, and there were a few more scattered about the corridor. I'd fallen harder this time, and managed to hurt my knee quite badly. I was just about able to limp to the end of the corridor, and there I found a small, round room. Against the walls were old bookshelves, decayed and empty, save for a few mouldering pages. They were stained and rotten, and one of them looked like it had a mummified hand laying on it. In front of that one, in almost the center of the room, lay Alf. He was dead. I couldn't see any injuries on him. He didn't even seem hurt. But looking at how still he lay there, the terrified, awful expression frozen on his face, there was no chance that he was alive. On his motionless chest, and around the base of the bookshelf, I saw more of those tiny bones. That's where my memory begins to blur. I know I made it back to the basement of the Reform Club where Rachel was waiting with the police, but I think I got some of the wrong passageways first. I have the vaguest memories, flashes of a pile of paper completely covered in cobweb. A figure stood in the darkness, a stranger I didn't know, but was sure meant me harm. My skin burning, hot, choking on smoke down there in the dark. When I was out, I was questioned by the police, who followed Rachel in to retrieve Alf's body, and were successful, though they came back out pale and shaking. There was no sign of Jared, nor had Rachel seen him. I was then questioned again by the staff of the Reform Club, who instructed us in no uncertain terms to rebuild the wall and finish our original job. We were given to understand that the police were handling the matter, and if we pursued it closer, then we would not be getting any further work from members of the club. As this covers almost everybody who can afford our services, we complied. It makes me feel sick, though, like we're just abandoning Alf, dishonoring his memory. It's not even like he had any family to miss him. It just feels wrong. I guess maybe that's why I'm talking to you. Do try to keep my name out of it if you follow it up, though. Okay? Statement ends. On the one hand, this statement represents a complete dead end, as no one involved is both able and willing to talk to us. Over the last 3 months, Sasha has attempted to contact Mr. Silvana, Rachel Turley, the management of the Reform Club, and any of the police officers involved. All of them flatly deny any of this ever took place. Alfred Bartlett's death was listed as a heart attack, suffered during routine maintenance work, and none of the coroner's reports provide any details out of the ordinary. The kid, who I think it is reasonable to assume is none other than Jared Key, remains just as impossible to contact as he ever was. From an evidence standpoint, this case is a complete bust. However, too many of the names and features match with other statements for me to dismiss it, not to mention the fact that business records do list Jürgen Leitner as having hired out an office on the ground floor of 100 Pall Mall between 1985 and 1994. He was, apparently, one of the premier worldwide dealers in rare and antique books at the time, with items selling for the sort of sums where an office in Pall Mall doesn't raise any eyebrows. If this strange basement is really there, then perhaps his choice of location was not simply a display of status. Clearly some of his books were there, and I can't help but wonder whether that was where they were found or just where they were stored. The other major point of interest is the fact that this complex appears to have been designed by Robert Smirk. You should have seen Tim's face when I told him. Architecture is one of his specialist areas, and he has always talked of Smirk as one that fascinates him. How did he phrase it? A master of subtle stability. From a professional standpoint, it also interests him that Smirk's buildings have higher percentages of reported paranormal sightings than any other architect of similar profile. He hasn't been able to find out much about the Carlton Club specifically, at least not anything relevant to this statement. In his later years, following Smirk's official retirement in 1845, there were all sorts of rumors about his interests and religious preferences. If there was a scandalous sect or bizarre cult, his name would always be seen mentioned among those meeting with them. He also started putting his name forward to design churches, despite his claimed retirement. He was never taken up on these offers. Interesting, but fundamentally not that useful for the case in hand, especially since we have been unable to get permission to physically investigate whether this place even exists. It seems we've reached something of a dead end. No pun intended. End record. Oh, God damn it! Martin! Martin, where did you put the rest of the extinguishers? Martin!
John, did you call
Excuse us?
Looking for the archivist. I'm sorry, you two actually meant to...
Won't take up your time.
Just got a delivery.
Mm.
Look, you really can't actually...
Package for Jonathan Sims.
Says right here.
Oh,
Well, I don't really know where he is.
We'll just leave it with you.
Be sure he gets it.
Okay,
I will, but you really do have to actually...
Much obliged.
Stay safe. I'll try.
Your recorder's on, by the way.
Might want to change that.
Oh,
So it is. Thanks.
no problem.
At all.
I'm just now realizing.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com.
That was two important people that just showed up at the very end of that. All right. Episode 36, Taken Ill. And our timer. All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 36, Taken Ill.
Statement of Nicole Baxter regarding visits culminating in the fire that consumed Ivy Meadows Care Home in Woodley, Greater Manchester. Original statement given November 19th, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims. head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Fear is a strange thing, isn't it? What you're afraid of. For most people, a corpse is at the least unnerving and for some outright terrifying. Or maybe it's disgust. They are two very different feelings, aren't they? Though they often bleed into each other, if you'll pardon the pun. I work as a funeral director, so as you can imagine, how I feel about death and the body is a bit more complicated and more immediately relevant than it is for most people. Dealing with cadavers day in, day out forces you to confront all manner of things about yourself. Simply put, I have found that I do not believe in any sort of afterlife. I have seen people cold and lifeless upon the mortician's table who I knew, who I remembered as vibrant and lively. There was no soul that had departed, no special spark that passed on to something else, simply a body that no longer moved or spoke or thought. It feels odd to consider the fact that you will no longer exist someday. But you didn't exist for billions of years before your birth, so it doesn't seem unreasonable to conclude that you will not exist afterwards in much the same way. I try to see life as a pleasant holiday from non-existence. It provides some comfort when the truth of my own mortality stares me in the face every day. There is one thing about dead bodies that does bother me, though. One thing that eats at me, as it were, and does give me that sick tightness of fear deep in my gut. It is rot. I don't know why it gets to me so. Perhaps it's precisely because I don't think there is anything beyond the body, and even dead and unaware, seeing a person's form begin to putrefy and fester, becoming just a home for the crawling, feasting things is too much for me. Perhaps it's just an unaccountable phobia. Regardless of the reason, the fact is that to see the corpses decaying, to see their flesh corrupted, it is the one part of this job that I find uncomfortable. So much so that I would describe reconstruction and preservation as my favorite part of the process. Making sure the cadaver looks as peaceful and lifelike as possible. Make them the person they were, or as close as they can be while cold and senseless. Fighting off the rot, the insects, the disease. I don't know why I wrote disease just then. They're dead, so they can't be diseased in the normal sense, can they? I suppose it's just thinking about what happened at the Ivy Meadows care home links them in my head. But it's not just that, is it? That the fear, the feeling, that tingling, squirming fear at the back of my mind, it feels the same when thinking of the germs that corrupt and twist our bodies, lurking invisibly on any table or surface, or when I saw those swarming flies. How many more moved and buzzed just out of sight. I've never had any mental health issues before, but perhaps after my experience I should consult someone. I read once that OCD can come on later in life, if a severe experience sets it off. I'm rambling. Disregard this first page, I'll start again. I work as a mortician at Baxter & Gordon Funeral Directors in Woodley. By rights, it should now just be Baxter Funeral Directors, as William Gordon passed away himself about 5 years ago, leaving my Uncle George running the place on his own. He kept the name, though, as he always said it was one of the most respected in all of Manchester. God knows there was no sentimental reason to keep it. From the way he talked, he and William Gordon hated each other by the end, to the point where the will expressly stated that the body of William Gordon was to be handled and prepared by Fenchurch and Sons, one of my uncle's great rivals. Maybe that's why Uncle George is so keen to keep it in the family. He hired me and my cousin Josh to help, and now Baxter & Gordon Funeral Directors is entirely run by Baxters. I've been there for almost 4 years now and have taken over most of the client-side arrangements of the business. My uncle has gotten somewhat brusque in his old age and is now more suited to organizing things with churches and crematoria rather than handling the recently bereaved. As such, I've gotten to know the various nursing and care homes around Woodley rather well. We generally get a few removals from any given one each year, maybe as many as a half dozen if the winter is bad. It's certainly our most reliable source of business. Of them all, Ivy Meadows was my favourite. For a funeral director to say she has a favourite nursing home probably sounds a bit like the Grim Reaper talking about his favourite hospital, but it's true. Ivy Meadows Care Home was on the outskirts of Woodley, where the suburbs gave way to pockets of green countryside. It wasn't remote, exactly, but it was removed enough from the main road that it stood alone, surrounded by rather lovely gardens on 3 sides and a long, open field behind it. It had been a country house once, I believe, but not much of the original structure remains, having been modified and expanded to provide accessible accommodation for about 30 residents. It was an odd building, with modern glass and concrete sections sprouting from old turreted brickwork, like blocky stone tumours. The look of the place wasn't why I liked it, though. No, that was the residents. Ivy Meadows was almost entirely populated by those elderly who were entirely supported by the state. Most pensioners have some savings or property or family to support them, which means if they're unable to live alone they can at least afford to pay for their own care, or some of it. It's rare for a person to reach that age and have literally nothing to pay for their care, but it does happen. In these cases, the state pays for them, but they have little choice in where they end up. Ivy Meadows was almost entirely populated by these. Old people without money or family, sent to be looked after by strangers. You'd have expected the atmosphere to be unpleasant, some morbid combination of prison and hospice, but it was quite the opposite. Something about the mutual loneliness seemed to lead them to create a real sense of community. It was the only place I ever went where the residents still gave me a smile. Hannah Ramirez, who ran the place, would always tell me a bit about the deceased and their time there, and I was inevitably shocked by tales of drugs, sexual escapades, and other gossip that sounded more like a high school than a nursing home. I think Hannah enjoyed trying to get a reaction out of me when I was trying to be solemn. It was just a happy place, even if I was only there to do a sad duty. It all started to change about 3 months ago, after Hannah left. I don't know exactly when she left her post or why. We hadn't had a call from Ivy Meadows for a couple of months, so it must have happened during that period. I don't know where she moved to either. It certainly wasn't any of the other care homes around Woodley, and it wasn't like I knew her personally. I'd gotten a call from one of the nurses, Alenka Kozel, who said that one of their residents had taken ill and passed away, a man by the name of Bertrand Miller. I asked her for a few more details. She started to say something else, but the call was cut off almost abruptly. I didn't really think too much about it. Most of the details could be worked out when we arrived, so I called Josh and loaded up the car for a removal. It was a hot, mid-August day, and the air was thick and humid, making everything feel sticky, like the whole world was running a fever. The sky was overcast, though, an orangey grey that cast muted shadows and seemed to muffle the world. It was about a 10-minute drive to Ivy Meadows, and neither of us said a word. I don't know why. At that point we had no idea that there was anything wrong, but looking back it seems like we both felt there was something off about it. Or maybe we were just too hot for conversation, and hindsight is colouring my memories. When we arrived, the place was silent. There were no cars in the parking area, which was not unusual, but I couldn't see a soul anywhere on the grounds. Maybe they were simply staying out of the heat. Josh and I got out of the car and approached the door. I pressed the buzzer, as I had done so many times before, expecting the cheery voice of one of the receptionists. Instead, there was just dead air, followed by the clunk of the door being remotely unlocked. I looked at Josh, who shrugged, and we went inside. Ivy Meadows Care Home was usually much as you would find any other, air-conditioned and smelling faintly of cleaning products and cheap potpourri. This time it was different. The smell now was just as faint, but seemed rancid, while the air itself was close and damp. The beige walls seemed dirtier than before, with dark marks at roughly hand height. There was a faint buzzing like a fly, but I couldn't see any source for it. None of it was so bad as to make us turn back, however, and we headed towards the reception desk. There was nobody behind it, and I rang the bell. I always wore gloves when on a removal, and was glad of that fact now as I noticed a greasy residue on top of the small brass bell. The door to the reception opened, and a tall man stepped out. He was rail-thin and wore a faded brown suit that seemed to have been cut for a much fatter man. His eyes were a watery blue, and his dark hair stood on the top of his head in an unruly mess. He must have been around 40, but had a nervous sort of energy to him. He was quite a surprise, to say the least. Josh recovered faster than I did and asked the man, a bit rudely, who he was, where we could find Hannah. The man shook his head at this and said that Ms. Ramirez had left the position and he was now director of Ivy Meadows. He introduced himself as John Amherst and held a hand out for Josh to shake. My cousin stood there for some time, staring at the thick, sweaty hand of this strange man, clearly not wanting to shake it. Mr. Amherst just stood there, arm outstretched, apparently unconcerned. A fly landed on his face, and if he noticed, he didn't give any sign of it, not even when it walked across his eye. Eventually, the now clearly shaken Josh stuttered out some semi-polite excuse and backed away. At this, John Amherst lowered his hand and turned to me. He asked why we were here. This took me rather by surprise, as there's generally only one reason undertakers show up in such a place. We told him we had received a call and been told Mr. Miller had passed away. Amherst asked who had called us, but with such a sharpness in his voice that I lied and said the caller hadn't given their name. He paused, clearly considering what to say next very carefully. Finally he nodded and said that yes, Bertrand Miller was dead, and we could have him. Then he gestured for us to follow and began to walk back into the main building. As we walked, he began listing the details for Mr. Miller's funeral, such as they were. No family or friends, no savings or insurance, simple cremation as soon as possible, no service to be held at the crematorium, ashes to be returned to Ivy Meadows in whatever the cheapest option was for an urn made of brass. At this, I asked what he wanted the ashes for, and he simply waved his hand in a vague dismissal and said they'd be wanting to have a private remembrance service. By now we'd been walking for a few minutes, and I hadn't seen another soul in the corridors. I thought I spotted one of the nurses at one point, but they had turned and walked away as soon as they saw us. We arrived at a room bearing a small plaque. It read, Bertrand Miller. John Amherst opened it without hesitation and went inside. The smell was what hit me first. I've smelled plenty of corpses in my time. I'd almost say I'm used to the smell. This was different. There was some deeper taint there than simply putrefying flesh, and it made me gag. By the look on his face, Josh smelled it as well. Then I got a good look at the body on the bed and almost turned and ran. Based on the colour of those sections of skin still whole and unblemished, Mr. Miller couldn't have been dead for more than a few hours, half a day at most. You wouldn't have known, though. Large sections of his body were covered in a wet, creamy yellow rash, which... I'm not a doctor, so describing exactly what it did to the flesh it touched would serve no purpose, except to start me having the nightmares again. Let us just say that it gave a plentiful home for the flies that swarmed around his body. We looked at John Amherst, utterly appalled. He said not to worry, that the disease that had claimed poor Mr. Miller wasn't contagious. He even produced the recently signed death certificate, though it was stained with some dark grey fluid, so I did not examine it too closely. He then apologized that the air conditioning had broken. I'm sure you know all about what heat does to cadavers, he said. I just wanted to get out of there, and have never been more grateful to whoever designed care home beds so that we could remove the body with as little contact as possible. Even then, on the way out, I felt a sudden tickling pain on the back of my left hand and looked down to see the thick leather glove in contact with one of the patches of yellow. I nearly screamed and dropped the body, but did neither. Ivy Meadows did not feel then like a safe place to do either of those things. In fact, I kept my composure through the whole of the drive home. As soon as we arrived, I ran into the bathroom. Throwing my gloves into the medical waste bin, I scrubbed the patch of skin that still felt like it was crawling. I could see nothing wrong with it, but I kept scrubbing until it was bloody, then poured disinfectant over it until it went numb. When I finally left the bathroom, I found Josh arguing loudly with his father. Apparently, Uncle George was not satisfied with the explanation given for the state of Mr. Miller's body. He turned to me and asked what had happened. I told him the same thing Josh had, the same thing I've told you. We went over it slowly, point by point, until finally he stood there silently looking, worried but determined. He had us tell it to him one more time before he nodded, told us to stay away from the corpse of Bertrand Miller, and left, telling us he had to make a few calls. I've never seen a cremation done with such a quick turnaround, and he was burned before the end of the day. I asked Uncle George about returning the ashes in a brass urn, but he shook his head and said he'd already had them disposed of. I knew my uncle wasn't one to share his thoughts when he didn't want to, and that seemed to be the end of it, save for those times throughout the day I would feel that tickling in my hand and run to scrub it away. I went on a couple of other jobs, and it seemed like we were expected to forget it. Josh didn't talk about what happened, and I got the impression he was trying to ignore what he had seen. He always was a practical soul. I couldn't let it go, though. It just kept playing in my mind. So when the phone rang 2 weeks later and I heard Alenka's voice on the other end, my heart skipped several beats. What she said did nothing to allay my fears. The line was bad, very bad, but I could have sworn she said, "Come quickly. We've taken ill. We've passed away." The words repeated as though on a recorded loop, though they were no easier to make out than the first time. Finally, I put the phone down. I was technically off duty at that point, having just finished my shift, so I could have ignored it. I could have walked away. Instead, I put on my normal clothes, grabbed 3 pairs of gloves, and got in my car. Drive there was dreadful. Still hot. I kept looking at turnings and junctions and imagining where I would go if I turned away from Ivy Meadows and just drove off. But I didn't. I kept taking those old familiar turnings, moving inevitably towards that sick, old building. When I arrived, it was quiet. The whole building looked filthy now, even from the outside, and the plants that bordered it had started to take on an unhealthy, whitish color. There was one other car in the parking area, a faded white transit van I didn't recognize. I got out and started to walk towards the front door. The smell was noticeable even from out here, and by the time I got close enough to reach the buzzer, it had become so strong as to be unbearable. I tried to bring myself to press the button, but instead I turned and half-sprinted back to my car, desperate to breathe clean air again. I stood there, torn between wanting to flee and needing to know. Then in the silence, I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Someone banging rhythmically on a window. I scanned all the ones I could see, but they were dark. Tap, tap, tap. It showed no sign of stopping, and I began to make a wide circuit of the building. It was on the other side that I saw it. A large ground-floor window showed what I think would once have been the lounge. The walls were dark, stained, and smeared to almost black, but the windows were clear. Stood the other side of the glass, weakly banging her fist against it, was Alenka Kozol. Her skin was mottled, covered with that leaking yellow rash. She saw me, and as her eyes locked with mine, she opened her mouth, and the buzzing of the flies that spewed out was almost as loud as her scream. I turned and began to sprint back towards my car. I had to get away to get out. Then, without warning, I felt something heavy hit me in the side and I lost my footing, falling to the ground. I looked up to see an old man pinning me to the ground, his long white beard matted and filthy. I screamed and tried to escape, but his age seemed to have done nothing to diminish his strength, and he kept his grip easily. Then he spoke in a thick Mancunian accent and told me to keep my voice down. I noticed that his skin was unblemished pink, and behind him stood a young woman, tall and lean, with close-cropped hair and a deep scar over her right eye. She carried a large canvas bag and was shaking her head, telling the old man to leave me alone. After a few suspicious glances, he got up. I could swear I recognized him from somewhere, but when I asked the two of them who they were, they just shook their heads and told me to leave. I asked them what was going on, and the old man looked at his companion as if asking permission, said something about knowledge being a good defense here. She shook her head and said that leaving quickly was a better one. I didn't need to be told a third time. I got in my car, and I left them to their work. I didn't turn around even when I saw the smoke start to rise behind me. And that was the last time I went there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go wash my hands. Statement ends. The Ivy Meadows care home in Woodley was officially decommissioned in July 2011, a month before the first of these alleged calls came in. It burned down on the 4th of September that same year after a leaking gas main caught fire. If the gas was already leaking, this might have resulted in hallucinations or other problems during their initial visit. There is no record of the body of Bertrand Miller being processed or cremated by Baxter and Gordon funeral directors, but based on this statement, that's not necessarily a point of incredulity. Bertrand Miller was a resident at Ivy Meadows, but according to his death certificate, he passed away on 19th July, a week before the home was decommissioned. There's no record of any funeral arrangements or disposal of the body. In fact, it seems the record from the closure of Ivy Meadows are, well, according to Sasha, calling them patchy would be very generous. There are only transfer records for 7 residents, whereas at last official count the home held 29. The others seem to have been lost in the system somewhere. The majority of the workforce also appears to be undocumented, and I can find no record of any Alenka Kozel on the system. Martin's research would seem to indicate the place employed a reasonable number of international staff they preferred to keep off the books, but it doesn't explain why none of the officially listed staff can be located for follow-up. Except for Hannah Ramirez, whose brief interview simply established she moved to Brighton shortly before the closure of Ivy Meadows and hadn't heard anything about it since. John Amherst, as best we can tell, doesn't exist. We're unable to locate anyone fitting that description anywhere within the care or medical sector, and he certainly never ran any nursing homes. Another tale full of dead ends. We did contact the Baxters. Joshua Baxter repeated the first part of the above statement. George Baxter told us not to listen to tall tales. Nicole Baxter said she stands by her account, but aside from losing her left hand in what she calls a workplace accident, there have been no further developments. Still, there's a lot here that puts me in mind of other statements. Something in the way Ms. Baxter talks about fear. I can't help but be reminded of statement 01423002, how Jane Prentice talks about her own fears. And the old man and his companion, who does that remind me of? If he wasn't dead, I'd think it might have been Trevor. Oh, yes?
Are you free?
Yes. Yes, I'm just about finished here. What is it?
Oh, nothing urgent. It's just Elias was asking a couple of questions about the delivery.
Delivery? What delivery?
Well, that's actually what he was asking. Apparently Martin took a delivery of a couple of items last week addressed to you. Did he not mention it?
No, Oh, yes, actually, I completely forgot. He said he put it in my desk drawer. Hold on.
What is it?
A lighter. An old Zippo.
You smoke?
No. And I don't allow ignition sources in my archive.
Okay. Is there anything unusual about it?
Not really. Just a sort of spiderweb design on the front. Doesn't mean anything to me. You?
No.
Well, show it to the others, see what they think. You said there was something else as well?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it was sent straight to the artifact storage. Table of some sort. Looks old. Quite pretty, though. Fascinating design on it.
Tim? Tim, it doesn't have a hole in it, does it? About 6 inches square?
I don't know, maybe? I'll be honest, I didn't really notice. It was quite...
Hypnotic, yes. Do you know who made the delivery? Did they sign in?
No. Sorry, no, I don't know.
I need to talk to Martin. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode...
I would be so petrified. And so, like during the episode, they're talking about OCD, but I think it's more like, have you ever come in contact with something and you've like touched it or it's been near you and you feel so much disgust for it? In the end, when he talks about Nicole Baxter losing her hand in a workplace accident, I think that was her OCD from her like scrubbing her hand so much. And like in another life, having worked in the medical field, I can definitely remember some of my workmates who were so taken back by what disease can do to the body and going into this like OCD-ish scrubbing, even after having worn, your PPE or your protective gear at work. And sometimes I think people cannot get, like sickness and what it does to the body, like out of the mind. It is very disturbing sometimes, or disgusting, because we always, I think, imagine ourselves always just being healthy. But yeah. The body definitely has different forms when it is ill. All right, next episode of the Magnus Archives, episode 37, Burnt Offering. Also, I had curry. That's what I was numbing on. That was my snack, well, part of my snack. Green curry and green tomatoes with salt and pepper. And everything's green. Even my juice. I'm having a Suja organic Uber Greens. It's like a green juice. It has cold pressed cucumber, celery, grapefruit, chard, lettuce, lemons, kale, spinach, parsley, and mint tea. It's actually really yummy. Yum, 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 yum. All right. Let's cleanse our minds of the disease of the last episode. Cleanse, cleanse, cleanse. And let's get into burnt offering. Reset the timer. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bum, 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 bum.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Nuzzle, nuzzle, nuzzle. It's nuzzle, not no.
Episode 37. Burnt Offering.
We will hope one day that our closed caption will speak properly for me.
Tell me again.
Again?
I want it on tape.
What? Why?
I just want a record. To make sure I have something I can check.
Okay, fine. There were 2 delivery men, they were big, and they spoke with Cockney accents that might have been fake, and they delivered a package for you. I don't remember anything else about what they looked like.
Nothing at all.
They looked normal. Like you'd expect. They looked like 2 huge Cockney delivery men. I don't know what else you want.
What about the table?
I didn't see the table. I guess Rosie must have signed for it. I mean, it's her office on the way to artifact storage, so that makes sense.
She says the same as you. 2 men, doesn't know how they got in, too intimidated to ask, looked exactly like you'd expect. Useless.
Sorry. Look, John, I do think we should destroy the table, though. I mean, if it's the one from Amy Patel's statement, just in case.
Elias told me the same thing. Luckily, he phrased it as advice rather than an instruction, so for now I'm more inclined to keep studying it. We're not in the business of destroying knowledge.
I suppose.
All knowledge is worth having.
Can I go now?
Yes, go on.
Thank you. Look, you need to get some sleep. I'll see you later.
A waste of tape, really. He's right. Might as well get some use out of it. Statement of Jason North regarding the discovery of an alleged ritual site found near Lochglass in Scotland. Original statement given August 6th, 2009. Audio recordings by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I just need to know if you can save my son. I've asked, and your people only ever tell me to write my statement, put it down on paper for investigation. Is that going to help? No, of course it isn't. Even if you had the power to do something, would you? Or would you rather watch my son burn so you can take notes? I've been drinking. You can probably tell from the stains. Well, I don't plan to apologize for ruining your precious paper, and I don't plan to stop. Only way to keep the fear from settling in. If I'm scared I'm going to lose Ethan like I lost everything else, then I'll curl into a ball and never get up. I won't be able to do anything to stop it. I won't let my son burn, even if you cowards don't have the guts to step up and do something. I'm sorry, I know. There's no one to blame but my own stupid self, blundering in where I had no right to go. But yes, I know. You want the whole goddamn story, don't you? So you can look over it in 10 years and go, interesting, long after Ethan and me are dead. Well, fine. There's not much to it, really. For everything it's done to me, I didn't really do anything at all. Just messed around in the wrong clearing. I'm an ecologist. Was an ecologist, working for the Forestry Commission up in Scotland. It was a great job, for me at least. I suppose if you don't like hiking or being alone, you'd have a hard time with it, but for me it was a great fit. Now, up in the north of Scotland, the bit without all the people, there are plantations of evergreen trees, huge ones, and their job is the same as pretty much any other tree, to get cut down for wood. Trouble is, a lot of animals make their homes in and around those trees: badgers, red squirrels, even pine martens. Do you know what a pine marten is? It's a wee bear, an adorable wee bear that needs to be protected, because the pine marten, like a lot of other species that live in those areas, is protected by conservation laws. Can't be legally killed without the sort of special permissions logging companies rarely have. So it was my job to walk through all these plantations with a clipboard and note down what animals had made their homes where. You don't need me to tell you that the job can take me a long way from civilization at times. Some of these plantations are off the beaten track. Everyone gets so caught up on how small Scotland is compared to other countries, but it's still huge compared to a single idiot wandering through the forests. And there aren't so many people, so you have large areas all but devoid of human life. It wasn't uncommon for me to find myself an hour or more away from a town or main road or any other human life at all. I didn't mind being alone, though, because I knew I had my little boy Ethan waiting for me back at home, 4 years old and already sharp as anything. And my wife Lucy. She used to be waiting for me as well. You see plenty of strange things out here. That far from anywhere, a lot of folks use it as their own personal dumping grounds. Fridges, microwaves, barbed wire, all sorts. Occasionally strewn throughout the forests and over the hills. I even found a corpse once. Not as exciting as it sounds. They were far too decomposed for me to tell anything about the death. Could have been a mafia hit, or could have been a hiker having a heart attack. Result was the same for me. Radio it in and then lose 2 hours of light babysitting a dead guy while I wait for someone to get up and take charge of it. So, when I saw the clearing, the trees near Loch Glass, I wasn't worried. I figured I'd seen everything messed up the forest had to offer. Heck, I even saw a friend of mine get impaled on a falling tree once. I reckoned there was nothing left to shock me. It didn't matter that the hairs on my arm began to stand up, or that I started sweating through my coat in the middle of February, or that dry, acrid taste at the back of my throat made me want to gag. I still headed on over to investigate this odd-looking clearing. It wasn't man-made, or at least nobody had cut trees down to make it. It looked as though the trees had been deliberately planted in a circle. If that was the case, judging by their growth, they must have been planted like that almost 50 years ago. In the center was a large piece of stone, crudely hacked into what looked like a small seat or maybe an altar. As I stood there on the edge, I realized that the trees around me were completely silent. And after a few seconds of examination, saw that it didn't look like there were any animals at all around this clearing. It was unsettling, sure, but it also meant that I had all the information I needed for my survey of that area. I could tick the boxes and move on. I didn't need to enter the clearing, but I did. The moment I crossed that threshold, I knew I had made a mistake. It was like an electric shock rushing through my body, and my already warm skin began to prickle and burn. I stripped off my jacket with sweat dripping from my fingers and reached for my water to try and get rid of that foul taste in my throat. I pulled the cap off and took a long swig. Half a second before I realized the water was boiling hot. I screamed. Well, it was more of a gurgle, really, and fell to the floor in agony. I lay there for almost half an hour, collecting myself and just breathing in the cold winter air of the highlands, waiting for the pain to die down. Eventually, I managed to compose myself and stagger to my feet. The strange sensations were still there, but I was able to mostly choke them down, at least until I had a proper look around the clearing. The altar was the focus of the whole thing, but in many ways it was the least interesting part. Clean, smooth stone. No markings of any sort, nothing on top, just a rock. Around it, though, on the ground, were scorch marks. They didn't seem to radiate out from any one angle, they just covered areas of the forest floor. There was no ash, though, or debris, or anything that might have meant a fire. Just the burn marks. It was following these scorches that led me to the really messed up stuff, because what I saw around the edges of the clearing put them to shame. See, it looked like there were animals in that place once, but now each one lay just beyond the edge. On all of them, the fur or feathers had been burned away, and all that was left was their skin, scalded a vivid, angry red, like they'd been badly sunburned. They were dead, every one of them, though none seemed to have decayed any more than their compatriots. Either they had all died together, or something in that place was keeping them fresh. Neither option sounded grand to me. Finally, I looked at the trees. There was nothing wrong with the trees themselves, not exactly. Driven into the trunk of each one was a heavy-looking iron nail. I didn't count how many there were in total, maybe a couple of dozen. Each suspended a worn and dirt-caked glass milk bottle that had clearly seen better days. My eyes fell on the string used to suspend them, and I couldn't help but notice it seemed far cleaner and newer than the bottles or their contents. What was inside each one seemed to vary. Some had pine needles and twigs, some were full of dirt, and one or two even held what appeared to be rainwater. Though looking closer, I could see that it bubbled very gently inside those bottles in an endless simmer. In each, I could also see a small photograph, half buried in dirt or almost boiled clean. They all looked to be the same photograph, though it was hard to tell for sure. An old woman, probably in her 50s or 60s, wearing reading glasses, and grey hair curled into a tight bun. She stared out disapprovingly from every bottle. Weirdest of all, on the bottom of each was tied a lock of hair. It was long and grey, in poor condition, and I reckon it must have belonged to the woman in the photograph. It was tied up with the same new string as held the bottles, except for the fact that it was burned, ever so slightly at the ends. I was still in quite a lot of pain from the water earlier, but I've always been too curious for my own stupid good. I took a few pictures on my phone, but I wanted some clear shots of the photograph inside to show my friends. God knows I should have just left. It's not like there weren't plenty of warning signs. I just chose not to pay attention. I picked up one of the jars filled with twigs and took it off the nail, trying to angle it in my hand to get a better shot of the contents. Then my fingers slipped, and I dropped it. I watched it plummet towards the hard winter ground, willing it not to shatter, not to break. It was falling so slowly, but I was even slower. It exploded into 1,000 glass shards, and instantly I knew that I had meddled with something I should have left alone. I turned tail and ran, stopping only to reach down and pick up the photograph. I don't know why. I suppose it felt so weird all of a sudden that I didn't think I could get any more cursed. And I wanted a copy of that picture, just to prove to myself that what I had found was real. It was real. You can have the damn thing now, though. I'll leave it with my statement. I know in my heart getting rid of it will make no difference, but I have to try. Because from that moment on, everything I love and value has burned or been destroyed. My car overheated on the way back to the Forestry Commission, and I barely got out before the engine caught fire. My house was a smouldering heap of blackened rubble before the end of the week. Electrical failure. I don't want to talk about what happened to Lucy. I don't want to think about her face at the end. Now there's only one thing I have left that I value, that I love. And I cannot lose him. I can't lose Ethan. I shouldn't be in this mess. It's absurd. I didn't do anything wrong. I just dropped a bottle. That's all. I don't deserve this. I don't. I asked about who might have gone to the area, but aside from some middle-aged businessmen on a hiking trip, no one's been anywhere near that clearing for years. There is no reason this is happening. I'm still going to lose everything. I am so scared. Statement ends. He didn't, in the end. Lose Ethan, that is. Ethan North is currently a healthy 11-year-old boy living with a loving foster family in Inverness. They declined to give an interview. I can't say I blame them. The rest is a standard muddle. Tim couldn't find any evidence of the clearing. Sasha established all the accidents that befell Mr. North and his loved ones appeared mundane in nature. The setup of the clearing matches rituals or spells in both voodoo and Wicca, but nothing definitive. And there is no hard evidence of anything supernatural occurring. There's no reason to believe that when Jason North doused himself in petrol on August the 10th, 2009, then lit himself on fire, he was doing anything other than acting out the delusions of a paranoid alcoholic. Paramedics took him to Raigmore Hospital, where he died 3 days later. He never regained consciousness. I suppose there is one piece of evidence. Mr. North did include with his statement the picture he found in the bottle. It is a photograph of Gertrude Robinson, my predecessor at the Magnus Institute, circa 2002, as best I can tell. I have no idea what this means. I have no idea what any of this means. I'm very tired. End recording.
Special thanks to Samantha Emery. The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by...
I can't believe that. I almost. Um. Oh, I guess I should read I should read this. So on the wiki, it says the wiki offers several resources for new listeners. Let me move this over so that the closed caption will pick up. Okay. This wiki offers several resources for new listeners. A comprehensive list of content warnings for every episode, from episode 91 and onwards. Each episode also has content warnings in the show notes. An index of character names by episode. Episode pages are also written with new listeners in mind and can be persuaded or perused safely, as all spoilers are preceded by a warning. I want to go over the fears. Is it the lore? No, it's the entities. Okay, so the way that they... Oh, my kitty is crying. Hold on. Pinky. What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing, you little baby? You are so sweet. You sweet baby. I know. I know. I see you. Can I put you in your chair? You ready to go to sleep? No. What? You have to sit in my lap right now. Hmm? You don't want to sit in your chair and go to sleep? No, you want to sit in my lap instead. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come up. Come on. Come here. Hey, now you have to sit here. Alright. Sorry. Let's see. So they describe like the fears that I was like talking about in the beginning as the entities or the powers or the dread powers or the things that were fear. So they're the principal antagonist of the Magnus Archives and the phenomena that more mundane and earthly antagonists serve. So there are various aspects of an amorphous force of fear that exists next to reality. They are variously also referred to as gods, powers, or simply as the fears. Their influence upon reality manifests as supernatural happenings. I see you. Hello, baby. All supernatural phenomenon in the world are simple extensions of them. These phenomena can take various forms, such as people, animals, monsters, books, objects, or places, all with the goal of evoking fear, terror, and paranoia from all who encounter them. These entities do not simply feed off of fear, but are fears. No, you have to stay in my lap, or you can go back to your chair. One of the two. Let's see. These entities do not simply feed off of fear, but are fears made manifest. It is not only human fear that counts, but that of animals as well, particularly for the flesh and the hunt. The more fearful the world is of a certain thing, the more powerful the related entity becomes, becoming empowered by the increased fear of its realm of influence. So, Mimi, are you gonna lay down? Stinky. Okay, so no. So let's go over these entities. Because I'm pretty sure most have somewhat partially been introduced already. So you've got the buried, the corruption, the dark, the desolation, the end, the eye, the flesh, the hunt, the lonely, the slaughter, the spiral, the stranger, the vast, and the web. No. Are you gonna get down? Are you gonna go sleep in your chair now? You want to get down? You cannot crawl on my desk. I will put you down. Little baby. Okay. My cat needs cuddles before she goes to sleep. And I haven't given them to her today, so well, not this evening, more so I should say. But are you? Oh wait. Do you want to leave me now? Oh, you just came to get cuddles and abandon me. I see how it is. Hold on just a second. You came to get cuddles and abandon me. How dare. The kitty has been pet. All right. So those are sort of the entities, I should say, that are featured. Is that a good way to say it? That we come to know in the show. Did I forget our timer? I did. All right, now it's reset. It's okay. We hadn't got to the next episode yet anyway. Stop. All right. Let us go on, shall we? Episode 38, Lost and Found. And our countdown timer. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
That's my green juice.
Episode 38, Lost and Found.
Oh, you guys got the level 2. Good job. Oh, I had my mic down. Good job getting to level 2.
Statement of Andre Romeo regarding a series of misplaced objects lost over the course of 3 months. Original statement given June 6, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Thank you for lending me your pen. I thanked you when you handed it to me, but I don't know if you'll remember. I wonder, will you forget you lent it to me and believe that it was my pen all along? Maybe instead you'll forget that I ever had one to begin with, and think of me as an idiot who turned up to give a statement without a pen, so you had to lend me yours. My own fault for putting it down, really, assuming I did ever have one. I'll try to keep a slightly closer hold on this one. I've been in the antiques business for a long time. It's not what it used to be. I'm sorry, I know. I always did that. Try to make myself feel more comfortable with jokes. There's a follow-up to that one, you know. Something along the lines of the joke being so old only an antiques dealer would be able to sell it. I love that one. I think it's clever. But in my whole life it's only ever gotten a laugh once. That's why I remember buying the vase so clearly. I remember that the seller laughed. In the old days, I never would have considered buying wares from the likes of Mikhail Salesa. He has a good reputation for quality, but a bad reputation for legality, as it were. I've had more than one acquaintance sell on a particularly valuable find they got from him, only to discover that it didn't have proper import papers, or that it had been reported stolen years before. Charlie Miller even did some jail time over a Georgian brooch he bought off him, so as a general rule I'd have given Salesa's stuff a wide berth, but, well, the antiques business isn't what it used to be. That isn't a joke. I had to close up my shop a few years ago, you see. Actual antiques don't sell to the mass market anymore. Oh, young people will snap up vintage clothes or have any number of cheap faux antique replicas strewn about their living rooms, but as soon as they get a look at the price tag for the real thing, they're out of there like a shot. So I went the same way as a lot of my peers. Lose the premises, start selling only high-margin goods direct to specific clients who can afford them, or shift a few guaranteed sellers on the auction. It's the only real way to stay afloat in the business nowadays, but the competition is intense, and getting the caliber of artifact you need has become a more cutthroat affair. I'm not the only one in the business to recently soften their attitude towards buying from people like Mikhail Salesa. It was my first meeting with him, back in March, and I was nervous, so I told my joke. Just offhand, almost a reflex. I didn't expect any reaction, really. I certainly didn't expect him to laugh. But he did. This sudden, deep, throaty laugh that seemed to come out of nowhere. He didn't say anything afterwards, just continued discussing business, but it stayed with me. There was nothing particularly strange about the laugh, not really. Why do I remember it so clearly? Salesa was taking me through his showroom. There was a fancy-looking sign above the door, but it didn't do much to hide the fact that it was basically a warehouse. Most of the antiques were still in their packing crates, and I couldn't help making a note of how quick and easy it would be for him to pack everything down and disappear if he needed to. Still, I'd made a few good purchases already and was cautiously optimistic. I'd bought a pair of cavalry sabres from the Revolutionary War, absolutely excellent condition, and a British artilleryman's tunic from World War I. A few other bits and pieces as well. I recall I felt a moment of relief that I didn't deal in books, as I caught sight of several crates packed to the brim with heavy-looking volumes. I was looking for something big, though. Something that would make an actual dent in the mountain of debt I'd been piling up. I found it in that old Chinese pot. From the Jiajing period, so Salesa said, and the construction seemed to back him up. The glaze and the workmanship fitted with mid to late Ming dynasty, but there was something off about the actual design. Instead of the pictures or scenes common to the ceramics of the period, the blue glaze was painted on in crisp, thin, geometric lines. They repeated perfectly, and seemed to get smaller and more intricate the closer I looked, but the shapes they formed never lost any of the precision, seeming to continue on however closely I looked. The effect was disorientating, and made the vase seem smaller than it actually was. It made my head hurt a bit when I looked at it for too long. It was amazing. When he saw me staring, Salesa clapped me on the back and named a price that almost made me choke. We haggled a bit, and eventually reached a price I considered only a little bit unreasonable. I hurried my purchases home, feeling slightly soiled by my visit to the warehouse, and very much hoping it would be a good few months, if not years, before I was in such dire straits that I needed to go again. I got home, had a shower and some food, and immediately started to look into finding a buyer for my latest acquisitions. I remember I was planning to make a few calls, but my headache got so bad that I had to have an early night. The problems started soon after. It was little things at first, like my shoes. I'm not a particularly fashion-conscious man at the best of times, so I have 3 pairs of shoes. Comfortable loafers for everyday use, a pair of walking boots for hiking, and some well-shined, polished leather brogues for fancier events. Well, I had a rather upmarket auction that I needed to attend, so I went to put on my nice shoes, but they were nowhere to be found. Not the shoes, not the box I kept them in. Instead, there was a bag containing 2 shirts that I know for a fact I threw away the year before. When I asked my husband David about it, he told me point blank that I had never had any such shoes. Claimed I always wore my loafers when I went to auctions or parties. I know that, compared to some of the ghost stories you must hear in this place, a pair of misplaced shoes seems perfectly trivial, but something felt so wrong about the whole situation. In the end, I did go in my loafers. I don't remember if anyone at the auction noticed. It was about a week later that I got the invoice from Salesa. It was a pleasant surprise, far less than I thought we'd agreed on. That feeling lasted until I looked through the itemized list and realized why the cost was so low. He hadn't charged me for the Ming. I'll admit that I was somewhat conflicted over whether to raise the issue, but in the end I decided that even if Mikhail Salesa did work with thieves, I was not going to be counted among them, so I phoned him to try and explain the mistake. He seemed to be in a fine mood when he answered the phone and asked me if I'd had a chance to try out the sabres yet, which I'm pretty sure was a joke. I told him that there was an item he'd missed off the invoice, and he said that no, everything had been double-checked and was correct. I was getting suspicious at this point and thought he might be trying to pull a fast one of some sort with me. Maybe get me to take the blame for some illicit scheme gone wrong. I told him so in no uncertain terms, and described our encounter and the vase in minute detail. He was quiet for a few seconds, and then asked me if I could send him a photo of the pot. His tone was different, and he sounded oddly wary when he made the request. I was very on edge by this point, but could come up with no good reason not to agree, so I took a few pictures with my phone and sent them through to him. It was a long time before he spoke again, and when he did, he sounded different, almost scared, I thought. He told me that I could keep it, no charge. I began to protest again, but he ignored it. I remember his exact words. "I do not remember having that thing, which means it belongs to you." Then he hung up. This was all very strange, of course, but even then I wasn't worried. Not like I should have been. It was my book next. A signed copy of Catch-22, my favourite book. Vanished from its place on the bookshelf, leaving only an empty space behind. David just gave me another blank stare when I asked him about it. I admit I almost lost it at him then. Shoes were one thing, but that book meant a lot to me. I accused him of playing some stupid joke, and tried to remind him what I'd gone through to get it, flying over to America for Joseph Heller's last book tour, queuing for hours, and then that dreadful evening I thought that sudden rainstorm had ruined it all. By the end, he was looking very alarmed indeed, and started to ask me how I was feeling. He wanted to know if I'd been under a lot of stress at work, if there was anything I wanted to talk about. I left. Maybe he was right. Maybe I am crazy. It makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? It would make it neat. Except no. I would need to have gone mad a long, long time ago, before this, for the idea of it being in my head to hold up. My perceptions are the only ones I can trust. Maybe. I don't know. This went on for months. A tie I got for my last birthday, my grandfather's teapot, the tunic I bought from Salesa. Things just kept going missing, and every time David would tell me that whatever it was didn't exist, or it wasn't mine, or I was misremembering. For a while I thought he was actually trying to gaslight me, make me think I was losing my mind. But when the tunic went missing, I called Salesa again. This time he laughed when he told me he didn't remember selling any World War I items to me on my visit. I checked the invoice, and it was no longer listed there. Just empty, accusing paper where the words had been. I know these things were real. I know they existed. Why won't anyone just believe me? This is where I started to come undone a bit. To be honest, I don't think anyone would do much better in my situation. I hadn't made any connection between the old Chinese pot and the disappearances. I mean, why would I? But I also hadn't been able to sell it. Whenever I tried, something would get in the way. The other person would forget to send through a crucial email, or they'd stop responding. Once I managed to get it as far as posting it out to a buyer, but it was returned immediately with a note asking why it had been sent to her. Gradually, I began to get suspicious of the thing. Sitting there, with its cascading, maddening patterns in that vile cobalt blue, trying to tell me that things didn't exist, that they hadn't vanished, when I know they have. I took to watching it. I wasn't getting much sleep, and David was worried sick about me. I know he was talking to various doctors about getting me help. There were certainly a couple of points I was worried about him having me sectioned. None of it helped in the end. It was about a month ago. I had placed the vase in the center of the table and was sat, staring at it, keeping an eye on it, checking for God knows what. This had been my ritual for the previous week, keeping my vigil into the small hours, but that night I fell asleep in front of it. I don't remember my dream. Running, maybe? I know I woke with a start, sometime around 2 in the morning. As I tried to rub the sleep from my eyes, I heard a sound from the table in front of me. It was the dull thump of a heavy book hitting the tabletop. I looked, and sure enough, there was my copy of Catch-22 just lying there, in front of that strange ceramic thing, and not just my book. There was a small pile of objects around the base, my shoes, a tie, things I don't even remember losing. One by one they rose up out of the mouth of the vase and tumbled to the table. It didn't matter how big they were. They all seemed to fit. And then came the moment when everything had been disgorged. I saw all the things that I had lost, and I thought it must be over. It must be done. What else could possibly come out of there? And I saw the pale shapes of long, thin fingertips begin to creep above the lip of the pot. I remember thinking that it couldn't be a normal person living in that pot, because the fingernails were too dirty. Isn't that an odd thing to think at a time like that? I ran, of course, turned around and sprinted out of the door and into the street, and didn't return until morning. Maybe I should have called the police, but I was in no state to do much of anything except shiver under a tree for hours. David was gone. I allowed myself some brief hope that maybe he'd just left me. Maybe he'd escape with just a divorce. But no. One call to the housing association confirmed that as far as they were concerned, I'd always lived alone. I want to smash that thing. I want to dash its maddening patterns to the ground and stomp on it until there is nothing left but powder. But it's also disappeared, of course. I can't find it anywhere. It's still taking things, though. Sorry about your pen. Statement ends. Before I dig too deeply into the background of this statement, I feel I should mention something that puts much of it in a slightly different light. Tim actually managed to find a copy of Mr. Romeo's marriage license. It exists, is signed, dated, and official, and half of it is blank. Only Mr. Romeo's details are on the document, and if it wasn't for the context of this statement, it would appear he was married to nobody. But he was married. This is not the first time Mikhail Salesa's name has come to the attention of the Institute. Even discounting the incidental role he played in case 01129005, he appears to have something of a knack for locating objects displaying more disconcerting phenomena. I believe some of the more bizarre things in the artifact storage area were purchased from him. It has been something of a... Ugh. I see you. Ha! Oh, whoa! Yeah. A spider.
A spider?
Yeah, I tried to kill it. The shelf collapsed.
I swear, cheap cells are just... Did you get it?
I hope so. Think so. Nasty looking thing.
Well, I won't tell Martin.
Oh, God. I don't think I could stand another lecture on their importance to the ecosystem. What?
Look.
Oh. Got dented when the shelf collapsed, I guess?
No, it goes right through. I thought this was an exterior wall.
It should be.
I think it's just plasterboard. Do you see anything?
No, I don't think so. Sasha, run. Run!
What a cliffhanger. Also, that episode makes me think about what happens to all the socks that go missing when I do laundry. I'm like, that explains it. That explains it all. That book that I'm still missing from 2 months ago. I can't find it anywhere. Alright. The next episode, we're doing pretty good. Also, I don't know if it picked up, but oh, sorry, hold on. Closed caption. That I said good job for getting to level 2, and a sweet little kiss ensued. All right, chapter 39. Not yet. If you don't like bugs or you have a real fear of bugs, I think the next episode you might want to skip. Infestation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, no. Why didn't the timer restart? Sorry. Once more. 5, 4, 3. If you get to level 3, every level that you guys get to, I'll give a kiss for the next level. Alright. One more time for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 39, Infestation.
Buggies.
The extinguishers. The CO2. Get the goddamn CO2
right.
now.
Yep.
Ugh.
Too many.
Just keep
We
staying.
need to go.
Where?
I just let me think.
Do you see Prentice?
I don't see her.
John! John!
This way. Come on, this way.
Look out!
There we go. Recording again. Did you get it?
There! And I just want to point out that I didn't make this much of a fuss.
I think your removal was substantially cleaner.
I'm still not sure why you have this. Drinking in the archives?
What? No, it's for worms.
What?
Well, for pulling the worms out of people, like now.
You, what?
I used to carry around a knife, but I started thinking that, well, cutting into someone laterally wasn't really the most efficient way to get them out. And besides which, they seem to be quite slow burrowing in a straight line, so, given their size, the corkscrew just seemed to be the better option. Look, you guys got to go home every day, okay? I didn't. I've been thinking for a long time about what to do when, well, you know, this happens.
Well, thank you.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, the room's sealed. I checked it myself when I moved in.
Climate controlled as well, strong door, soundproof. These old files are far better protected than we ever were. All right. I'll grant you it's a good place to lay low, but...
They could still come in through the aircon.
not easily. And not en masse. It is actually safe. Ha! Except, of course, that we're trapped.
Ah. Yeah. Sorry.
Why record it?
What?
Before, in the office. It was stupid going for the tape recorder like that. And then when you dropped it out there...
I said I was sorry. If I'd known Martin had another one stashed in here, I never would have...
It's fine. I just don't understand. I thought you hated the damn thing. You're always going on about it.
I do. I did. I don't want to become a mystery. I refuse to become another goddamn mystery.
What?
Look, even if you ignore the walking soil sack out there and the fact that we are probably minutes from death, there is still so much more happening
I'm not
here.
entirely sure that we can ignore
Every real statement just leads deeper into something I don't even know the shape of yet. And to top it all, I still don't know what happened to Gertrude. Officially, she's still missing. But Elias is no help, and the police were pretty clear that the wait to call her dead is just a formality. If I die, worm food or something else, whatever, I'm going to make damn sure the same doesn't happen to me. Whoever takes over from me is going to know exactly what happened.
You don't think that would put them off?
I hope so. Only an idiot would stay in this job.
Wouldn't that make you an idiot?
Yes, Martin, that was my point.
Can you see what's going on out there?
Ish. When did we last clean these doors?
What can you see?
Worms seem to have backed off a bit. There's a few lurking in the corners. Oh, hey! There's the other tape recorder.
Any sign of Prentice?
No, it looks like they're waiting, I think.
For what?
I don't know. Tim, maybe?
Oh, God.
I think he was out at lunch.
Quick, someone call him. Tell him not
There's
to come
no
back
signal
inside.
in here. We just have to hope he heard the noise.
John, what did you mean by real statements?
You know what I mean. The ones that have weird wrinkles. Or that just seem to have something solid to them. They all have one thing in common.
They don't record digitally.
And we have to use the tape recorder. At this stage, if it records to my laptop, I almost don't bother.
There, I see him.
What?
Tim. Tim's outside.
Oh, God, he doesn't know. He doesn't see them.
Tim,
Look out!
It's soundproof.
Tim!
He can't hear you.
What is he doing? No, Tim, just run. Leave it alone.
No.
Oh, God, turn around. Just turn around.
There she is.
Oh, screw this.
Wait, Sasha, no!
Tim, look out.
Watch out for the tape!
Working? Okay, test. What are you doing on the floor? Statement of Joe Spooky regarding sinister happenings in the downtown.
Tim, look out!
Sasha?
Behind you, run!
Oh.
Do you hear that sob?
Right, there we go. Martin, what do you see?
What?
I can't really stand up yet. I need you to describe what's going on, for the record.
Yeah, sure. So, Sasha tackled Tim, and there was a kind of struggle, but she made it out of the archives. That was about 2 minutes ago, and she's gone to get help. Probably, I mean, she couldn't, she wouldn't just run, so...
Did it look like any of the worms got her before she left?
No, I don't think so. Tim neither, I think. It was hard to tell after she tackled him. There was a lot of movement and shouting and wriggling.
Stay with it, Martin. Tim. What happened to Tim?
They got split up and he ran into the office. And you said that's where you made the hole when you were recording, and they all came through, so he's dead. He's dead in there, and he's covered in worms.
We
That's
don't
it.
know that.
Maybe. Maybe he found the spare CO2.
Spare? What? Where? I never saw
Oh,
any.
I hid them in old case file boxes.
What? Why?
Well, so the worms didn't know they were there. Look, I know it's stupid.
Yes. Yes, it is. They're just unclassified parasites. They don't have consciousness, they can't plan, they're just an unthinking infection.
Seriously?
What?
Why do you do that?
Do what?
Push the skeptic thing so hard. I mean, it made sense at first, but now, after everything we've seen, after everything that you read, I hear you recording statements and you just dismiss them. You tear them to pieces like they're wasting your time. But half of the rational explanations you give are actually far more far-fetched than just accepting it was a a ghost or something. I mean, for God's sake, John, we are literally hiding from some kind of worm queen thing. How could you possibly still not believe?
Of course I believe. Of course I do. Have you ever taken a look at the stuff we have in artifact storage? That's enough to convince anyone. But even before that, why do you think I started working here? It's not exactly glamorous. I've always believed in the supernatural. Within reason, I mean. I still think most of the statements down here aren't real. Of the hundreds I've recorded, we've had maybe 30, 40 that go on tape. Now those, I believe, at least for the most part.
Then why
Because I'm scared, Martin. Because when I record these statements, it feels like I'm being watched. I lose myself a bit, and then when I come back, it's like if I admit there may be any truth to it, whatever's watching will know somehow. The skepticism, feigning ignorance, it just felt safer.
Well, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Still, it's not my fault we're going to be eaten by worms. Speaking of, can you see anything?
Not much. They're just there.
How many?
Too many. And more keep coming up through the floor. I didn't think they could get through.
Prentice?
No, I can't. Oh, there she is.
What's she doing?
I don't know. She's messing with the boxes. She's holding one up and... Oh.
What?
She's destroying them. Sort of.
Sort of.
Well, I don't really know what the stuff coming out of her mouth is, but I think we should probably burn them.
Right. Why are you here, Martin?
Well, Prentice is out there and you can't run.
I mean
so
at the archive, in general. Why haven't you quit?
Are you giving me my review now?
No. We're clearly doing a whole heart-to-heart thing, and truth be told, the question's been bothering me. You've been living in the archives for 4 months. Constant threat of this, sleeping with a fire extinguisher and a corkscrew. Even you must be aware that that's not normal for an archiving job. Why are you still here?
Don't really know. I just am. It didn't feel right to just leave. I've typed up a few resignation letters, but I just couldn't bring myself to hand them in. I'm trapped here. It's like I can't move on, and the more I struggle, the more I'm stuck.
Martin, you're not... You didn't die here, did you?
What? No, what?
No, just the way you phrased that.
Did you think I was a ghost?
No, it's...
No, that's just that whatever web these statements have caught you in, well, I'm there too. We all are, I think. A ghost? Really?
Shut up, Martin.
Right, tell me again,
You're
please.
kidding!
You did bring a tape recorder. I just thought John would appreciate as many supplementary recordings as possible for the record.
Well, for the record, if we don't do something now, it won't matter either way.
So, these are the worms he and Martin
The
have
ones
been going on.
terrorising us for months, yes.
To be honest, I always thought they were just overreacting. Other staff have seen them around, but no one's reported any aggressive behaviour or anything like that. You know how those two are. John puts on a good show, but sometimes I swear he's worse than Martin.
Look, Elias, I don't know what you think is going on, but I have just seen thousands of flesh worms pouring out of the wall. God knows how long they've been hiding. Tim might be dead, and the others...
Well, of course. The fire alarm was a good move, but it does mean most staff have evacuated, so we'll have to deal with them ourselves.
There are thousands of them, Elias.
Not quite what I meant. On John's insistence, I recently changed the archive's fire suppression system to use carbon dioxide. Should have done it
So
years ago.
why hasn't it gone off?
because there isn't an actual fire.
Right. Can we set it off manually? I think John's got a lighter somewhere.
He's not smoking again, is he? Anyway, it shouldn't be necessary. There is a manual release a few floors down.
Wait, will it hurt Martin or John?
Almost certainly. I'm not a doctor, but I know dumping a lot of CO2 on people isn't generally considered a good idea. I really don't want to have to find another archivist so quickly after Gertrude, but from what you say, it might be a mercy. You know the situation best, so...
Let's go.
I thought that wall was meant to be solid.
So did I. We don't have any sort of weapon, do we?
I mean, I suppose we could
Don't
use...
say the corkscrew.
Okay.
How many of them are outside the door?
I don't know. I can't see because the window is covered in worms.
Right. Damn. Well, Martin, I guess this is...
Hi, guys.
Tim? What the hell? I thought... How did you...
You made it!
Funny story, really. I ran into the office, worms everywhere, horrible death and everything. Tripped and fell into some boxes, and there were like 20 cans of gas in there.
Are you all right? You seem a bit...
Fine, gas, bit lightheaded. Not a lot of ventilation in the tunnels. Come on.
Into the tunnels?
Yeah, actually, not that many worms in there anymore. I think they're mostly gone into the archive. Although the ones down here are faster for some reason, and quieter.
You're not bitten, are you?
No, I don't think so. Have a look.
Yes, all right, Tim. You look fine. Put them back on, please.
Can you walk, John?
Oh, I can limp.
Then let's go.
Martin, could you pass me the tape recorder?
Sure. I think it's running out, though.
Fine. I suppose I can turn it back on when we're being eaten alive.
Why do you have a second tape recorder, Martin?
Oh, well, I've been using it to record myself. I write poetry, and I think the tapes have a sort of lo-fi charm.
I see.
Okay, John. I know you want to know what's been happening. If you're still alive after this. The worms are on the upper floor. Not as many as down in the archive, but enough. I set the fire alarm off, so everyone's evacuated except me and Elias. I didn't see any signs of the fire brigade, but I haven't been near a window in a while. There was I guess you call it a wave of worms. I got cut off from Elias. I hope he made it to the fire system, but who knows? Maybe everyone's dead already. I've had to retreat into artifact storage. That should tell you something about how bad it is out there. God, I hate this place. Did I ever tell you I first joined the Institute as a practical researcher? I had to analyse and investigate all the stuff in here, take notes after sleeping in the rusted chair, write in the memory book, all that sort of thing. I transferred after 3 months. Would have quit, but couldn't afford to back then. Never understood why they keep this stuff secret. I mean, we've enough in here to send any skeptic packing, but it's just locked away. I asked Elias about it once, but he just muttered something about funding and mission statements. He's good at changing the subject, isn't he? Sorry, I'm rambling. No worms, though, so that's good. Oh, hey, I found that table you were talking about. Don't really see what all the fuss is about. Just a basic optical illusion. Nothing special, just wait. John, I think there's someone here. Hello? I see you. Show yourself.
I see you.
Update. I don't know how long we've been down here. These tunnels are a maze, and we don't know where we are. We have
Martin's
four
gone.
of the... I'm getting to that. Martin has disappeared. Tim was right about there being fewer worms down here, but they are much faster, more aggressive. None of us have been hit yet, but during one of the more alarming encounters, Martin ran off.
He thought we were behind him, I think.
He didn't think at all. Tim was with me, and my leg slowed me down. He must have taken a turn we didn't see or something. We lost him. But Tim has managed to find what looks to be an actual trapdoor, so we won't need to bludgeon our way through any more drywall. I'm recording this in case...
In case the trapdoor opens back into the archives and Prentice is there to kill us.
In as many words, yes. Tim.
All right.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License.
Are my dears who are afraid of buggies doing okay? That wasn't too bad, was it? I hope you're all right. Thank you for staying if you did. I know, I forget what the name of... It's not arachnophobia. I think that's just fear of spiders. But people who have real fears about bugs are genuinely terrified out of their minds. So thank you if you were able to sit through that. And if you had to step away, that's okay too. All right. There was a lot going on in that episode. Now, if you're just joining us, you're probably like, what is happening? But they work in, I guess, like an archive. Like they're archivist for these supernatural phenomena events that we've been listening to. And one of the entities that we discussed earlier, or the person who's working with one of these entities, they've sort of planned like an attack against the archivist and their team, because they're finding out things that maybe they should not be finding out about. So that was kind of what is happening with that story. And I think I talked about one of the, where is it? The law. I'm trying to think if that entity with Jane Prentice was with the web or hold on. Jane Prentice, also known as the flesh hive. So that's where all of the bugs are coming from. And sorry, the fear entity that she works for is, or that is possessed by, is the corruption. So Jane Prentice, also known as the flesh hive, was a woman possessed by the corruption through an infestation of parasitic worms throughout her body. So she was used to attack the Magnus Institute in London, which is what we just witnessed in the story. So again, check out that wiki. It has a lot of good information, but don't spoil it for yourself. Wait. Be patient. Be patient. It'll be worth it once you get to the end. All right. Our timer is reset. All right. Episode 40 of the Magnus Archives. Human Remains. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nuzzle, nuzzle, nuzzle.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 40, Human Remains.
Statement of,
John, as your boss, I'm telling you to go home.
I'm fine.
Look, you look like a mummy. You need rest.
Our friends in the hazmat suits gave me a clean bill of health, bloody holes notwithstanding. And they seemed quite keen to quarantine anyone showing even the slightest sign of infection. It's just pain.
The paramedics said your lungs need fresh air. Tim's as well.
It's fresh enough down here.
A basement filled with 1,000 rotting worm carcasses. Surely we could do this in my office.
No. I need to be here. Keep watch. I need to be sure.
John, she's gone. I went with the ECDC people when they took her away. I watched her body burn. Jane Prentice is dead. You can relax.
You know why I can't. When Martin found...
That's a matter for the police.
Fine. Fine. I'll go home as soon as I have everyone's statements.
Very well.
Statement of Elias Bouchard, head of the Magnus Institute, regarding the infestation by the entity formerly known as Jane Prentice. Statement recorded direct from subject 29th July 2016. Whenever you're ready.
There isn't a lot to tell for my part. This afternoon, just after lunch, I was going over some budgets in my office as I normally do on a Tuesday when the fire alarm started going off. It was annoying, but not too worrying at first. I packed my work away and began to calmly head towards the evacuation point when Sasha came barreling through the door, babbling about worms and clutching a tape recorder. I told her that whatever was wrong should wait until we were out of the building, as there may be a fire. She told me she had set off the fire alarm to get everyone out, and that you and Martin and Tim were currently trapped by Jane Prentice. Obviously, this got my attention, and I suggested she turn the tape recorder on, largely so this sort of debrief wouldn't be necessary. Did you not get the tapes?
No, there was some sort of problem. Sasha told me the tape was lost.
Well, I explained to her about the recently installed fire suppression system and said that, as there was no actual fire, we'd need to activate it manually. We hurried down and it was clear everyone else had already evacuated. We had reached the ground floor when... well... I know I have often seemed dismissive of your concerns before, and in fact I was getting ready to raise the issue of Martin's continuing to live in the Institute's basement, especially as I believe he's been stealing fire extinguishers. But honestly, I didn't fully appreciate what you've been talking about until I turned that corner and we saw what I can only describe as a tidal wave of filth rushing towards us. I feel somewhat ashamed to admit I didn't really pay any attention to Sasha as I ran and must have lost her at some point. We became separated. I composed myself and decided on a more roundabout route to the boiler room. Luckily, it seemed the things were mainly concentrated in that one mass, leaving the other corridors largely vacant. It took me 10 minutes, maybe 15, but I made it with only one close call. The sight of rows and rows of huge red CO2 canisters was certainly something of a comfort. I do apologize that it took me quite so long to figure out how to actually work the system. If I'd been
It's
quicker...
fine. We're alive.
Yes, well... I turned on the fire suppression system and that's when I heard the scream. I can't really describe it, but... Well, I'm sure I don't need to. You were a lot closer to it than I was.
It's the last thing I remember before blacking out. Tens of thousands of things without mouths screaming as one.
Yes. Horrible sound. Anyway, I called the fire department, ambulance, and a contact at the ECDC who had previously been involved in the Prentice investigation. Once I was sure most of the gas would have dissipated, I headed down to the archives to see what had happened. Sasha was already there, but you and Tim were in bad shape. It looked like a few dozen worms had been going into each of you when the carbon dioxide killed them. It was bloody saucy.
Yes. Thank you. I remember everything from when the ambulance arrived. Quarantine, bandaging, etc. When did Martin get back?
It was about an hour after they'd taken you and Tim away. They were prepping Prentice's corpse for disposal when Martin burst out of that trapdoor you found, screaming that he'd found a body. So we called the police.
Tell me what happened to Gertrude Robinson.
John, how many times do we need to go over
We've
this?
never got it on tape.
You can barely stand. Just why don't we do this tomorrow? Fine. On the 15th of March last year, I had a query about a statement one of our researchers was after and went down to the archives. Gertrude wasn't there, but her desk was covered in blood. I called the police and there was a huge search, but there was no sign of Gertrude, alive or dead. She didn't have any assistants, so there were no witnesses, and no one saw or heard anything. The police tested the blood and confirmed the DNA matched to Gertrude, though I don't know why they had her on file. They judged there to be almost a gallon of blood spilled, far more than the human body can lose and survive, so I assumed she was dead and left the investigation to the police for all that good it did me. And I appointed another archivist. Martin finding her body in the tunnels is as much a mystery to me as it is to you.
Right. Right. Thank you, Elias. Statement ends. Can you send in Tim?
Do you need much? I'd really like to go home.
I sympathise. It won't take more than a few minutes. I need the parts that weren't on tape at the time.
Sure. Just quarantine, you know. Not as much fun as it sounds.
You were certainly in there longer than I was. Everything all right?
Yeah. I just made some joke about itching and suddenly they were doing a whole bunch more tests.
Well, itching is one of...
I know. I was trying to lighten the mood. I'm fine, though. Except for the holes. And the pain. And the blood. And the nightmares. Could have been worse, though, eh? Another couple of minutes and...
Yes. Yes. It was... Anyway. Statement of Timothy Stoker, archival assistant at the Magnus Institute regarding the infestation by the entity formerly known as Jane Prentice. Statement recorded direct from subject, 29th July, 2016. Just take it from when you got back from lunch.
Well, I could tell something was wrong as soon as I got back. It was quiet. I mean, it's normally quiet, but it was dead quiet. I spotted the tape recorder lying on the ground and went over to see if it was damaged. And as I was checking it, I heard Sasha shouting. It's a bit of a blur, to be honest, because when I turned around, there she was. Prentice. Her face so full of holes, it's like my eyes are up here, but they're not, you know? They're just... She tried to say something, but I don't know. I couldn't really understand her through all the... So, I could see the worms were coming through the floor, the walls everywhere, the whole "we're safe inside the archive" thing, not so much. I don't know what I was going to do. I think I was going to try and hit her, but that's when Sasha knocked me to the floor. It was a good move, actually. Prentice didn't seem to expect it, and we crushed a lot of worms when we fell. They were slow to react. We were running before they really went for us. I mean, all this happened in the space of a few seconds, so I'm not exactly certain. Sasha had to basically drag me behind her. I saw the shelf in front of us was about to topple. There were so many worms on it, so being the hero I am, I let go of her hand and told her to go get help. She made it out of the main door. I turned to run into the office. I was just trying to get a door between me and Prentice. I didn't know that's where you made the first hole. There were loads of them. Some jumped at me as I ran inside, so I dodged out of the way, but ended up sprawling into this pile of boxes that I thought were case files. Instead, I found myself lying on top of a whole bunch of CO2 canisters, which are damn hard, by the way. The worms were still coming, so I used them. I went full gas Rambo. After that, my memory gets a bit fuzzy. I think the paramedic called it respiratory acidosis, from breathing in all the carbon dioxide rather than your more traditional oxygen. I remember finishing the first few extinguishers, killing the things, but they kept coming, so I grabbed a few more and saw the massive hole in the wall. There didn't seem much point in staying, so I went into the tunnels. They were cold, dry. You know that worm smell, that earthy, rotten smell?
Oh, yes.
Well, yeah. There weren't so many down there. I think they were almost all in the archives. I have a theory, actually. I think they weren't ready to attack when you found the tunnels. It's like something in the Institute slows them down and makes them, sluggish. And that noise they make, that squirming sound, they don't make it when they're in the tunnels. I don't know why. It was only when they came into the Institute, maybe the light or the aircon or something, I'm not sure, but I think it made them weaker, and they've been down there for months, breeding, building up their numbers until there were enough to properly bury us. Except you found that hidden passage, and they had to act.
Maybe. Could you describe the tunnels?
You were there.
Humour me.
I remember they sloped down and up and around. I couldn't keep track of where I was. I did see some more worms, though. They were fast. I only saw a couple, but it was still proper jump scare territory. I got them, though. It was really surreal. I only had my phone's torch, and it was hard to keep an eye out. I was so lightheaded. I wandered for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes before I found a wall that seemed different. It looked like someone had just put some plasterboard over an entrance, and I could hear you and Martin on the other side. I broke through, and, well, you were there for the rest.
Quite. You weren't there when Martin found the body, though, were you?
No. I was quarantined, same as you.
And you didn't see it in the tunnels when you were first exploring?
No. I did see... maybe...
What?
No, it's just... I think I was still gassed and it was dark, but... I found a room.
Go on.
I didn't stay long, because it had a lot of worms in, and they weren't acting like the others. They were sort of wrapping around each other, like they were trying to form a thing, like a structure or something. A ring. I was probably still out of my skull and half hallucinated the whole thing, but it looked like they were trying to make a doorway.
Doorway? Is it still there?
No. I pumped 2 full extinguishers into that room. Nothing was getting out.
Good. Good. Go home, Tim. Get some sleep.
Yeah, sure.
Statement of Sasha James, archival assistant at the Magnus Institute, regarding the invasion by the entity formerly known as Jane Prentice. Statement recorded direct from subject, 29th July 2016. In your own time.
Yes. Where do you want me to begin? I was with you until I ran out to save Tim. Then we were separated and I fled into the Institute proper. I pulled the fire alarm, because the worms were following me and I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I went to Elias, we talked. We were going to save you, but the worms came and I fled into the artifact storage room. You know I hate the artifact storage room, so it must have been bad.
You used to work there, didn't you?
Yes. For 3 months. It was dreadful. I used to think that it was the most dangerous place in the Institute.
Not anymore.
Yes. Not anymore. It was safe enough. The worms didn't get in, and I stayed there until the fire system deployed. Then I ran out to get to a window. I saw the worms in the main institute. They shriveled and died. I don't think I'll ever forget that scream, though. I could hear Prentice screaming even from there.
Well, it's thanks to you, to be honest. If you hadn't met that Michael thing...
Yes. Michael. With the bones in his hands. We still don't know much about him, do we?
No, not yet. Sorry, getting distracted. You got as far as Jane Prentice's death.
Yes. I returned to the archives, and all the worms were dead. You and Tim were lying there, but you weren't moving. You just lay there. The dead worms still half inside you. The trapdoor was open next to you, and more were inside. I went over to check, and you were alive, so I pulled you back to where there was more air, and began to remove the worms. Are you all right?
Sorry, just difficult to hear, you know.
Yes, I understand. That was when Elias arrived with the fire brigade and the doctors and the hazmat people. They talked to me for a long time, and I did my best to explain the situation. They checked me for worm marks, but I was fine. They took you away, so I waited with Elias. He was looking at me strangely, but we were both quiet. It had been a very strange day. After an hour or so, we heard cries from the trapdoor. It was Martin. He was shouting about a body. We got him out, and Elias tried to get him to calm down and explain. He said he had found the body of the previous archivist, Gertrude Robinson. And that was when Elias called the police. I tried to calm him down, but he was in bad shape. The police arrived, and I gave them pretty much this same statement.
Right. Right. What about the tape? You had the tape recorder, the one I'd just recorded Mr. Romeo's statement on. But when you gave it back, it was empty.
Yes. I dropped it a few times. The eject button must have been hit. I didn't notice until you pointed it out. It's probably around somewhere. Is it that important?
It's important to me. Are you feeling all right? You seem a bit out of it.
Yes. I am very tired. It's hard to keep track of things sometimes.
Right. Go get some rest, Sasha.
Yes, I will.
She sounds so sus.
I mean, I already told the police.
Well, now tell me. I need to hear it. I need to record it.
All right. Are you okay?
Fine. Painkillers are starting to wear off, but it's fine. Statement of Martin Blackwood, archival assistant, etc., etc. Go.
Right. Well, I was doing some background checks for case 0081709 when you and Sasha started screaming.
Yes, yes. I was there. I was with you for almost the whole time, and that tape survived just fine.
Sorry.
It's fine. I only need from when you got separated, from when you got lost in the tunnels.
No, I mean, I'm sorry I left you.
Mark.
It was an accident. I thought you two were with me. I mean, the worms came at us, and they were so much faster, and then there was the gas and the running, and I thought you were right behind me, but when I turned around, you were gone. You were both gone. It was an accident.
I know. It's fine, Martin. Everyone's fine. I just need you to tell me what happened next, and then it's finished.
All right. So, yeah, we got separated, so I tried shouting, but you didn't answer. The walls seemed to kill the sound dead, and there wasn't any echo. They were old stone, like really old, and there was no light except my torch. I always keep my torch on me, ever since I moved into the archive, so I had that at least. I wondered for a while, It's a maze down there, John. I don't know how far the passages go, maybe miles. I think it must be the old Millbank prison, like Tim was saying before. I even found some stairs at one point, but I really didn't want to go down them. I hadn't seen any worms for a few minutes, and weirdly enough, that actually started to worry me. Like, if there weren't any worms, then I'd gone too far from the Institute. And there was more dust in those corridors too, and dead rats. Even some discarded wine bottles. At one point, there was an empty packet of mint imperials.
Martin.
Sorry. Yeah. I was trying to go back. Not that I knew what back even meant down there when I heard the scream. I don't even know how to go about describing it, but I thought, well, I hoped. Well, when I started to find the shriveled bodies of worms all over the place, I knew she was dead. So I wanted to get out of there. I was looking for a way up, but it felt more and more like I was trapped. Every turn just led me to another empty corridor. When I finally found a door, I thought it might actually get out, but instead, it was a small room, square. There was dust on everything. Cardboard boxes were piled around. They were full of old cassette tapes.
That's where you found her?
Yes. She was sat in a wooden chair in the middle of the room. No worms, no cobwebs, just an old corpse. Gertrude Robinson. She was slumped forward, but I could see her mouth hanging open. So I ran, and I found the trapdoor soon afterwards.
Could you find the room again?
I don't know. Maybe. The police certainly expect me to, although I get the feeling they're not too keen to explore the tunnels either.
Martin, how did Gertrude Robinson die?
I don't know. Not for sure. It was so dark, and I only saw the body for a few seconds. The police were quite clear that the cause of death could be absolutely anything.
Martin, how did she die?
She was shot. 3 times that I could see. 3 shots to the chest.
Right. Right. Thank you, Martin.
Sure.
Gertrude Robinson, the last archivist at the Magnus Institute and my predecessor, was murdered. There were no worms to infest her, no strange, ghostly apparitions to warp her mind or caves to entomb her. She was killed in the archives by someone who used a gun. And that scares me far more than any spectre or twisted creature. Because that means someone here is a killer. The police will investigate thoroughly, I have no doubt, but given their track record in this matter, I am not optimistic. There is something in these files, in these statements. I know that now, some deeper mystery. I think Gertrude Robinson found it, and I think that is why they killed her. Some of my tapes are missing. Maybe it was Prentice, but she seemed more interested in the written files, and the other tapes seem fine. There's no sign of debris or anything that would indicate they've been destroyed. But, in addition to the tapes Sasha lost earlier, the tapes for cases 0051701 and 0160204 are gone. I don't know why these 2 specifically, but I cannot trust anyone. I'm going to figure this out, and I'm not going to stop. They'll have to kill me first. End recording.
The Magnus Archives will return. Season 1 has featured Jonathan Sims as the archivist, Alexander J. Newell as Martin Blackwood, Mike LeBeau as Tim Stoker, Lottie Broomhall as Sasha James, Ben Meredith as Elias Bouchard, Lydia Nicholas as Melanie King, Martin Corcoran as Dr. Lionel Elliott and Bregan, Stephen Violage as Hope, Katie Davison as Naomi Hearn, Hannah Brankin as Jane Prentice and Laura Popham, and Evelyn Hewitt as Not Sasha. The series was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Michael LeBeau, and Murray Porter. It was written by Jonathan Sims and directed by Alexander J. Newell. This podcast is distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. For more information, visit rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
I wanted to let that last episode play all the way through because he goes through and highlights all of the voice actors for the first season. So I wanted to give the opportunity for their names to be recognized. It really is just so amazing. And I think they have their website. I don't know what it is, but if you just type in Rusty Quill on YouTube and go to their page, you can see their Patreon and their website, and they're actually coming out with a book. They're going to have a book that is, I believe, it has something to do with the Lightner books, which we hear about throughout this entire series. And I'm trying to think if the book is a prequel to everything that's happened before this episode, or this season, or this show of the Magnus Archives in its entirety. But I have already pre-ordered it. And I kind of feel sad. Only for the thought that, sorry, I'm realizing our closed captions are like so off on our vertical, sorry. But I don't think, well, we can't read it. The copyright, unless they have it where it's like their podcast, where they have the Creative Commons licensing, and that means that anyone can share their show on their channel. I kind of really hope that they have that, because I would love to read that to all of my dreamers. I think that would be purely amazing. I'm so excited. It's in my birthday month as well too, so early gift for me. All right, we're on episode 41, Too Deep, and I believe this might then be the beginning of the second season, just based off of the last bit from that last episode. So thank you for being here with me. I appreciate you so much. I hope that you're enjoying our scary horror podcast hours. I really do love the show a lot. I have such a love, like, even though this is a comforting space, right? This channel, and my job as a dream siren here, to help my dreamers to be able to have comfort and to fall asleep and to reach their dreams. But I cannot deny my love of the horror genre. I truly love good horror. I think the book that I was mentioning that I recently finished in a day, Uketsu, is a Japanese author whose books have only recently been translated to English, and I am through the roof so excited, because his books and his writing are just something that I've been looking for in a horror novel And of course, complete Junji Ito fan, and have most of his manga. But I just think it's hard to find like particular horror that's not, you know, hack and slash. You think about things like I want to say Hiragami. It's not Hiragami. What is it called? Why is it leaving my brain? But you know, some of the more like visibly violent, bloody gore. Like I really don't care for that type of horror. I love psychological horror so much more because it sticks with you. And maybe from in another life, having worked in the medical field, blood and things like that really don't bother me so much. But the mind, sometimes you can't get away from the things that are really, you know, that really mess with your head. And I think that in a way is real horror, you know. We are very imaginative humans, we are. And sometimes we can just scare ourselves just in our own mind. So I really appreciate that. But yes. All right. Episode 41. Too deep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you for being here.
Rusty Quill presents
The Magnus Archives. I'm sorry.
Episode 41. Too Deep.
Statement of Jonathan Sims, Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, regarding exploration of the tunnels recently discovered below the archive. Statement given direct, 2nd September 2016. Statement begins. I've been going into the tunnels. Jane Prentice is dead. I know this. I have a small jar on my desk of what are supposed to be her ashes, though I don't believe it for a second. I think Martin just gave me a jar of dust to try and calm me down. Give me something to focus on for closure. I hate to say it, but it does appear to be working. A victory for the placebo effect, it would seem. But that's beside the point. The worms have been cleared and incinerated, the floors and walls repaired, and the archive looks remarkably like it was never attacked at all. Unlike me. I've healed enough in the last month to return to work, but I'm told it's unlikely the scars will ever truly fade. Tim is still signed off. Truth be told, I could have stayed away longer. Probably should have, but I don't think the boredom was good for me. I tried to come back earlier, but Martin wouldn't hear of it. Almost threw me out of the archive. Is he hiding something? No, of course not. He's probably just legitimately concerned for my health. Why do I still feel like I'm being watched? I'd just about convinced myself it was Prentice, watching me in secret while she filled the walls with her writhing hordes. But no. She is dead and gone, and still, whenever I talk into this damn thing, I feel this... I'm being watched. I know I am. I'd think it was some aspect of the recorder itself, but it still happens even when I'm just reading these files. Not as strongly as when I'm recording them, perhaps, but still there. Is it... You know, I always despised those witnesses who rambled on, unable to stay on topic, couldn't give a concise statement. Yet here I am, mumbling my vague suspicions of being watched and completely ignoring the reason I'm making a statement of my own. I have been exploring the tunnels. It's been a couple of weeks now, from before I was officially back. If you listen to this, Martin, I'm sorry. I've gone behind your back to explore the tunnels on several occasions. I took the key from Elias's desk some time ago. I don't think he noticed. Since Martin stopped living in the archives, I've had ample opportunities for exploration by night. Part of me still wonders if going down there after dark was more dangerous, but the pitch black of those tunnels will be no different in the daytime. The only light down there is what you bring yourself. The first time I attempted to explore them, I had no idea. I brought one torch, and that was it. The lights in the archive were off when I arrived at the Institute. I hadn't been down here since it was full of worm carcasses. I'd never explored down here by torchlight, and the shadows were starker than I had anticipated. Every time I walked between the shelves, I swear I would see movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned, there was nothing. Obviously, there was nothing. What was I just saying? Then I came to the trapdoor. If Sasha hadn't thought to clearly mark it with hazard tape, I'm not sure I would ever have found it again. But there it was. It took several minutes of fumbling before I was able to figure out how to lift the concealed handle and expose the lock, but I managed it. The key turned with a click that I found oddly satisfying, and I pulled it open. When I had thought about that moment before, I had always imagined it groaning open with a tortured, ominous creak. But it was almost silent. It glided open as though on freshly oiled hinges, with only the faintest puff of stagnant air being released from beneath it. The opening was utterly black, with the faintest hint of decay in the cold, clammy air that rushed out of it. The stairs down it were steep, far steeper than I remembered them from when I had first climbed out. But those memories are unreliable and tinged with other, more potent experiences. I turned the torch on and was pleased by how easily it penetrated the darkness, illuminating the rough grey stone below. I was expecting my torch to be met by hundreds of decaying worm husks, but the passage seemed to be empty. I headed down into the tunnel, closing the trapdoor behind me. It is hard to put into words how it felt to be down there in the cool, mouldering air of the tunnels. Have you ever left a crowded room and literally felt the silence as you walked out into the night? It was something like that, a sudden, quiet absence. Not in itself a fearful thing, but unsettling, in a way I hadn't noticed through the fear and adrenaline of my first time in the tunnels. I took a moment to examine the feeling, but couldn't trace it to anything obvious, so I began to explore. It was almost unreal how quickly I became lost. I generally consider myself to have an excellent sense of direction, but within minutes I became unsure of exactly which passages I had come from. I didn't even have the excuse of the corridors all looking the same, as they varied significantly in height and construction. Some were built of sturdy brick. Some seemed almost as though they had formed naturally, though in all cases it was the same dull, grey stone. To call it a maze wouldn't quite be accurate, as a maze is designed. It is set out with an obvious goal, even if that goal is to confuse and disorientate. This place, it felt, more organic in its unpredictability, as though it had been intended to be used, to be travelled, but had gotten twisted somehow. I found spaces that seemed intended as rooms, but without doors. Elsewhere there were doors that seemed simply attached to the walls. Most of these were firmly shut, though some opened to reveal the flat grey stone behind. Only a handful I opened had actual rooms behind them, and in every case I found myself wondering whether that was where Martin had found her. There was no way to tell. Even when the police finally found Gertrude's body, they took it, chair and all, as well as all the tapes. Evidence, they said. And they might be right, though I don't envy them the task of going through all of them. There must have been hundreds. No, I suppose in some way I do envy them. They are an insight into my predecessor's time here, something I desperately want to know more about. Whatever's on them, it must be important, because either she chose to hide them down here, or whoever killed her did. Either way, I have a feeling it isn't something the police are going to understand. I half hoped to stumble across a lone cassette lying in one of the corridors, dropped and overlooked, but there was nothing. Just dark and empty tunnels, silent and unwelcoming. I foolishly didn't think to make a note of the time I entered the tunnels, so it was hard to say how long I had been down there, or how far I had gone when I found the first of the worms. But it can't have been more than a half hour. They were long dead by then, shriveled, stringy things like discarded sausage casing. And it was odd to see how clear a line there was between the wormless tunnels and those where they lay rotting. A clear line beyond which the cleaning crews had decided not to advance. When I crossed that line, I half expected the corpses to spring to life, turning their squirming heads towards me with a predatory lunge. But they were still. Nonetheless, I went slower through those deeper passages, picking my footing carefully so as not to touch them. The air was colder here, suffused with the faint tang of rot. And I began to wonder how much battery I had in my torch. I had put a fresh one in before my expedition. I'm not stupid. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I don't actually know how long batteries last for continuous use in a heavy-duty torch. I hadn't even been down there an hour, but already it felt like the light it cast was weaker, somehow. And I realized how unsure I was of my exact route back. I decided I would rather cut my first trip unnecessarily short than risk being trapped down there without light. So I turned back. It was almost impossible to retrace my steps. I tried to remember my route using what vague oddities I could remember as landmarks, a burned door, a particularly warped corridor. But trying to find them again was useless in the winding passages. In my increasing panic to find the way out, I almost forgot the things I had originally gone down there to look for. Then I found the circle of worms. When Tim had first described it, I had only half believed him. I'm sorry, Tim, if you're listening, but the CO2 had done some strange things to you at that point. He had the right of it, though. By the time I found it, there was little left but a thick carpet of dead worms, but a few were still embedded in the wall, providing the clear outline of a circle. The ceiling was higher here, and all told it must have been about 10 feet in diameter. Its size was not the most disconcerting thing, though. Inside the circle, the stone was wrong, somehow. Solid, but oddly wavy, like chocolate that's melted and then rehardened. It took me a minute or two to work up the courage to wade through that shallow sea of filth, but I did. And when I touched the warped wall, it felt soft and porous, but stable. I turned and left, but but not before noting that another path also appeared to have been pushed through the worms on the floor, though when it had happened or who had made it, I couldn't say. It took me almost another hour to find the trapdoor again. My torch showed no signs of giving up, but I was still on the verge of panic. My hands were so slick with sweat that I fumbled several times with the handle before finally pushing it open bodily and falling through it onto the floor of the archives. It was about 3 in the morning by that time, and I had managed to open a few of my partially healed wounds, so I headed home to rest. It turned out the trip had taken far more out of me than I had thought, and it was almost a week before I felt like I might be up for another excursion. This time, however, I decided that I was not going to take any chances. I packed 3 torches, with enough replacement batteries to last for days, food and water in case I was down there longer than expected, a box of white chalk to clearly mark my way, and the largest knife I was able to buy at short notice. The first time down there I had, on more than one occasion, been almost certain that I could hear sounds of movement from further into the tunnels. At the time I had convinced myself it was simply a combination of echo and my mind playing on my fears, but on the chance there was something down there. Well, I had my doubts how effective a knife would be, but it certainly eased my mind. Beyond that, I made sure to take one of the smaller CO2 fire extinguishers from the archives. I was determined that any surviving worms would not be so for long. Again, I waited until nightfall before letting myself into the archives and heading down into the tunnels below. Almost as soon as I got down there, I started marking the walls and intersections with white chalk arrows. They pointed the direction I'd come from, the direction I'd need to follow when I wanted to leave. If there was anything down there and I had to flee, then I reasoned all I would need to do was follow the chalk arrows back to the entrance. For a while this worked. Once or twice I discovered I had inadvertently made a loop or gotten turned around and was facing one of my earlier arrows, but it was a relatively simple matter to correct it. I also set up my watch, so I had a clear idea of how long I had been down there. After a half hour I had gotten far deeper than I had in my entire first expedition, and gotten past the empty area, into the tunnels still lined with dead worms, and then beyond them, to those tunnels wholly empty and, apparently, undisturbed since the days of Millbank Prison. I had done what research I could on Millbank. First proposed and designed in 1799 by Jeremy Bentham, a philosopher who wished to test his theories of the panopticon prison, where cells would be arranged in a circle around a single central guard tower, so all cells were observable at once. It was to have 6 such areas, arranged in hexagons, giving it from the air the shape of a vast, angular flower. It's not clear why that original plan was abandoned, but from 1812 onwards, a succession of other architects were brought in to try and finish the project. Finally, 3 years later, they brought in Robert Smirke. He saw the project to completion in 1821 with a design remarkably similar to Bentham's original. However, whereas Bentham's would have been geometric and easy to navigate, Millbank Penitentiary as it was built was more often described as an eccentric maze, twisting corridors, doors at strange angles and narrow passages so poorly lit inmates would need to feel their way along. Throughout much of the 19th century it was where prisoners were kept before transportation to Australia, and the brutality of the jailers was said to be second to none. Its position on what was then marshlands hardly helped, with sickness and disease rife within their walls. It was a huge complex, covering much of what we now call Chelsea, and when it was finally closed in 1890, it was demolished, flattened, which meant that what I was in now couldn't be the old prison itself. It had to be something built below it. And it was this that gave me such pause when I found the first set of steps, leading even further down. They were stone, spiraling into the darkness at an angle so steep it made my legs weaken slightly. The steps led higher as well, but after a few meters disappeared into the solid stone of the ceiling. I made a note of their location and carried on, keen to explore as much of the first level as possible before going any deeper. It was becoming very apparent that these tunnels must have covered the entire area of Millbank, or even further, and there was every possibility that they continued for miles. I had seen little down there of note thus far, something I will admit gave me a pang of both disappointment and relief, and took a short break to drink some water and compose myself. It was shortly after this I found the next staircase. It was identical to the first in material, in construction, and look. It was the same in all but one detail. The large chalk arrow pointing downwards. I'm sure I don't need to say that I had not drawn it. My own arrows were jagged, workmanlike things. This was curled and neat, pointing the way with a flourish. That was when I heard the noises again. They could have been footsteps, I suppose, but if so, they were soft, quiet. Was someone running around those tunnels barefoot? I froze in place and listened, but the noises did not return, and I gripped my knife. I am not a brave man. I believe I am starting to come to terms with that fact. But I am, in certain circumstances, a very stubborn one. And there was something inside me that made the decision that I would rather die at the hands of some tunnel-dwelling beast than work above without knowing what it was. Maybe I'd be lucky and find a crazed, gun-wielding madman a convenient killer for Gertrude. I can almost hear my assistants chiding me for not turning tail and running there and then, but it's hard to fully explain the borderline mania that gripped me when I saw that arrow, mocking and inviting all at one. I was not so foolish as to run down the stairs, but I descended them quicker than was safe. Down and down and down they went, each rotation revealing more tunnels and doors, but I saw no sign of reaching the bottom. I had gone down about 4 levels, when my torch caught what I thought was movement in the corridors beyond. I left the stairs in pursuit, but was unable to find any sign of life. Or death, I suppose. Only an empty wine bottle. The label all but rotted away, but the year was still legible as 2003. The passages here were more pronounced in their difference than the ones further up, some being so irregular and seamless as to almost seem organic, while others were almost unnervingly square and regular, with sharp angles and precisely laid bricks. It was in one of these that it happened. I had continued to mark my route with chalk and was scratching an arrow into a particularly flat wall, when I looked up to see the turning ahead of me was no longer there. Instead, there was simply a dead end. I could find no sign that there had been any movement, nor had I heard anything. I turned back and immediately noticed that the wall opposite me was closer than it had been before. I took a step back in shock, and my feet hit the wall behind me. The passage was getting narrower, though I could not see any movement. I stood completely still, and for several seconds there was silence. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, I heard a single word, clear as day. Leave. It was spoken simply, without intonation or threat, just a command. So I did. I began to shuffle back as quickly as possible the way I had come, keeping my eyes open as long as I could, as every time I closed them the wall seemed to get even closer. By the time I reached the stairs back up, it had almost pinned me. I fled back up the stairs, followed the arrows I had left back to the trapdoor. It took me barely 10 minutes, but I was moving faster than I would have thought possible in those cramped tunnels. I locked the trapdoor behind me, and placed the heaviest objects I could find on it. I have not been below the Institute since then. It took no small amount of consideration to decide I should officially make a statement. I did not think to bring the tape recorder with me. I suppose I've gotten out of the habit during my recuperation. I am no closer to determining what is lurking down there than I was when I started. If anything, I have more questions. Why point me downwards only to then demand I run back? Was it some sort of trap? A test? I don't know. But right now, finding whatever secrets might be lurking in those tunnels is my primary concern. End recording. Supplemental. I don't care about the tunnels, or the secrets they might hide. That's not strictly true, I suppose. I do have a burning curiosity as to what is down there, but my primary focus must be on who killed Gertrude Robinson, and I do not believe for a moment that it was a wall-moving spectre from the depths of the earth. No, far more likely it's one of my colleagues. Elias is a prime suspect, but it could have been any of them. I've told Martin the second tape recorder was lost in the attack. Having two means I can make 2 tapes from each recording, one containing the main statement and notes which will be stored in the archive, and the other containing the statement, notes, and this supplement, which will chronicle my own investigations. These tapes will be hidden. If you're hearing this, I assume you're my replacement following my death or disappearance, and have received instructions on where to find them. I have little more to add to this initial account, as I have only recently returned to my position in full and haven't had time to begin personal investigations. My statement was, of course, completely true, though I have deliberately overstated my interest in the tunnels. If my colleagues believe that to be my main focus, they may let their guard down. This level of paranoia is new to me, but I'm learning fast. Trust can get you killed. End supplement.
It just got real for him.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license.
And yes, this is the second season because what is the name of the... not Jonathan Sims, Alexander J. Newell. He's the director. And the second season, he starts doing the outros. And then I'm trying to think when they start like doing thank yous to their Patreon supporters, I believe, and they start doing it at the end or at the beginning of the episodes, but all right, episode 42, Grifter's Bone. I'm kind of wondering why I don't remember some of these. There were some episodes when I listened the first time that I would have to go back and replay one because I would fall asleep. Because the first time that I found out about the show, I couldn't stop listening. And I would listen to it from the moment that I was like up for my day. Oops, sorry. Keep forgetting our closed caption. But when I would get up at the beginning of my day, I'd start to listen to the show. And then I'd, towards the evening, start listening again to try to get through the episodes. And I'd fall asleep to it. But this next episode, I don't remember much of from the description. And if you are listening with us, when we get to the end of the series, I would like to know what your favorite episode is. I already have mine, and it's towards the end of the series, but you'll have to let me know which one of yours is your favorite. All right, episode 42, The Grifter's Bone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a little behind.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
By like a second.
Episode 42, Grifter's Bone.
Statement of Jennifer Ling regarding a live musical performance she attended in Soho. Original statement given November 3rd, 2013. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Anyone who's written about music long enough has at least heard of Grifter's Bone. An urban legend, I guess you could call it. Not quite a ghost story, not quite a joke, not quite a real thing. Sometimes they're a band, sometimes it's just the one guy. If the story has them as a band, then the only one whose name the old-timer knows, because it's always the old-timers telling these stories, is a guy named Alfred Grifter. Some will swear blind it's his real name, others will just give you a knowing look and ask if it sounds real. Fact is, no one knows a damn thing about him except the name he goes by, so it's all just story and gossip. But there's still plenty to go around. Story goes of a mediocre musician with a hunger for more who turns to the dark arts, usually devil worship or witchcraft, but gets it wrong. I've heard it told as a curse, a badly worded wish, or even a devil that just gets mad at being summoned and beats him till his hands don't work. The end is always the same, though. His music is so grating, so gut-churningly awful that he, or sometimes his band, have to sneak into gigs to play unannounced to any audience they can find. And the music is dreadful, a grim cacophony of discord and noise, too much to bear. You can always tell when Grifter's Bone has been on, they'll tell you, because of all the torn-off ears. They're not entirely wrong. I've been writing for Earful for a while. Used to be just me, firing my music thoughts onto a blog, but a few years back my then friend, now boss, Tommy Moncrief, said he was starting up a music site and would I write for it. I said of course I would, and now here I am running video content for it. Earful.com's only been around 3 years or so, but to be honest, in the world of music sites, that gives us a pretty decent pedigree. Tommy's from the old school, used to write for dozens of music magazines back in the Dead Tree days, before print became an embarrassing older relative that just wouldn't die. Point is, he knew a lot of older contacts and writers, most of which he brought on board for Earful. That means I was quickly brought up to speed on decades worth of London music scene gossip by middle-aged white men who only ever wore t-shirts for bands that ended tragically. And that's when I started to hear about Grifter's Bone. Whenever someone was listening to some subpar submission, or even just some music of their own that wasn't well regarded, one of the old-timers, usually Mike Baker, would shout over, "I see you got the new Grifter's Bone album," or "I didn't know Grifter's Bone reformed," or something like that. It was annoying as hell, but I never really brought it up. And after hearing every possible variation of the story from a half-dozen drunken writers at our Christmas do, I just kind of decided to let it go. I didn't think much more about it until earlier this year. There's a guy who works for Earful by the name of Lee Kipple. His official title is Submissions Editor, though we call it something a little more vulgar, and it's his job to listen through all the music we're sent unsolicited. CDs, MP3s. Recently there's even been a weird fad for sending in music on novelty USB drives. He listens to all of it. As you can imagine, most of it's awful. Still, Lee is pretty much the nicest guy I've ever met, and I don't think I've ever once heard him complain. He's tall, a bit lanky, with long blonde hair that covers his ears, and his eyes if he's not careful. Because of his job, Lee obviously gets a lot of comments about listening to crappy music, and if it's one of the older folk, you can bet they'll mention Grifter's Bone. It took me a while to notice how weird his reaction was when this happened. Whereas most of the staff would fake laugh, sigh, or maybe swear a little, Lee would go very still. He'd nod gently and reach up to scratch his ears, still mostly covered by hair. No one seemed to notice. I kept watching him, and the pattern repeated whenever the band was mentioned. I don't know when I decided that he must have seen Grifter's Bone perform live, but I did. And more than that, I decided he must have fake ears, having torn his own off when he saw the show, and that's why he wore his hair so long to cover them. I didn't really believe it, obviously. It was just a fun little theory I liked to play around with. But the more I watched Lee, the more it seemed that he did deliberately try to keep his ears covered. Finally, about a month ago, I decided to just ask him. We'd all gone out for drinks, and I'll admit I may have had a few more vodka tonics than would have been wise, but when the others had headed home and it was just Lee left, I decided now was the time. I asked him if they were as bad as everyone said. He looked puzzled, and I leaned in closer. Grifter's Bone, I said. He froze, completely still. I waited for him to touch his ears, but instead he just stared at me, unmoving. He began to stutter something about not knowing what I was talking about, but I cut him off. It was written all over his panicked face. He had seen them. I watched as he decided whether or not to try and run. There was a moment I was sure he was going to literally bolt for the door, but instead he sighed and nodded his head. It was 4 years ago, he told me, at the Good Ship in Kilburn. Lee had been watching an up-and-coming metal band whose name he could no longer recall. They'd been fine, a bit disappointing, so he was in a mood to finish his drink and leave. The rest of the audience seemed to be of a similar mind, so nobody noticed when a man climbed onto the stage and set up a small keyboard. The man was short, so Lee said, and painfully thin, wearing a ratty old brown suit that draped around him like, in Lee's words, flaps of ill-fitting skin. His thinning black hair was slicked back, and his face had a strange look of cruelty to it. As he placed his fingers on his instrument, they left behind dark red spots on the bright white keys. Lee said he had never heard of Grifter's Bone before that moment, but somehow he knew that's what he was looking at. And then the music started. After he said this, Lee went very quiet. It was clear he was concentrating very hard. I waited, not wanting to interrupt, but in the end he just shook his head. He couldn't remember the music, he said. He'd tried, but it was just blank. He'd come back to himself, wandering the streets of Kilburn almost 2 hours later, his shirt soaked in blood, mostly his blood. At this, Lee unbuttoned his shirt and showed me a series of vivid scars slashed onto his chest. The hospital had said it was likely a box cutter of some sort, but he had no memory of it. By then it looked like he was on the verge of tears, but I couldn't leave it alone. I asked about his ears. He actually laughed at this and said no, he hadn't torn them off. Reaching up, Lee pulled back his long blonde hair to reveal an ear that, at first glance, appeared normal. Looking closer, though, I saw that he was wearing earplugs, flesh-covered so as not to be obvious, and caked around the edges of them was a ring of dried blood. He said it was the only way he'd found to stop it dripping down and ruining his shirts. I was a bit freaked out at this, understandably, I think, though it was entirely my own fault, and I'd told him he needed to see a doctor if his ears wouldn't stop bleeding. Lee just shook his head, said he'd seen enough doctors to know they couldn't help, and that he had learned to cope with it. We drank the rest of the night in silence before heading our separate ways. I know I should have left it alone after that, and I certainly didn't bother Lee again, but I found I just couldn't let it go. Either Lee was mad, or Grifter's Bone was real. I started doing research online. There were a few sites that referenced it as an urban legend, There was a punk duo in Oregon who proudly announced that they had named themselves Grifter's Bone after what they described as Britain's musical Jack the Ripper. There were a lot of posts on music forums from newbies to the scene asking what Grifter's Bone was, but nowhere had anything even remotely like Lee's story. Finally, having kind of run out of steam, I threw my findings together into a short feature article and sent it to Tommy, who dutifully approved it. I figured I'd wasted enough time on the subject that I could at least put it towards something decent for the site. It did all right, though it wasn't enough of a hit to justify the time spent on it. Lee didn't mention it when we next talked. I had asked if I could write up his experience after thoroughly anonymizing it, and he'd shrugged and said fine. All in all, it felt like whatever it was that had hooked me, it was over, and I wasn't too broken up about it. Then someone left a comment on my article. It just read, "Tonight, Soho." I wouldn't have paid it any attention if it hadn't been for the second line. No earplugs required. Lee's earplugs, and the reason behind them, had been the only thing he requested I leave out of the article. I mentioned it to Tommy, and he just said something about time wasters and how I had better things to do than spend an evening wandering around Soho, randomly walking into music venues. It probably says something really depressing about my personal life that actually I didn't have anything better to do. So that afternoon I was doing exactly that, wandering around the streets of Soho making a note of all the performers listed as playing that night. As expected, none of them listed Grifter's Bone as playing, but I made a note of them anyway. It wasn't that late, but it was already dark, the world illuminated by the colourful glow of the Soho signs and shop fronts. The wind was slow in the narrow streets, but still cut through my thin woolen coat as I wandered, looking for a small, cruel-looking man in a ragged brown suit. I'd kept my watch maybe an hour when I saw someone staring at me from the doorway of a small shop. The sign above didn't have an obvious name, simply reading crystals, books, tarot. He was tall, black and careworn, deep lines of worry etched into an otherwise handsome face. When he saw me looking at him, he began to walk up to me, still with that intense look. I took a couple of steps back and asked if I could help him. He shook his head as if unsure what to say, then asked me what I was listening to. A chill ran over me as I realized he was staring at my ears. I said I wasn't listening to anything as I wasn't wearing headphones, and asked him what he wanted. He shook his head again and mumbled something about protecting my hearing. He turned away then and started walking back into the shop. I was about to follow him when I saw a small group of people turning the corner. Their features were hard to be sure of in the dark, but walking at the front, dragging a rolling keyboard case, was a short, thin man in an oversized brown suit. The three figures behind him were all much taller than him, but each was stick-thin and moved with a jerkiness to their motions. I looked back to where the strange, staring man had been, but he had retreated inside his shop, and the lights were now off, so I began to follow the man I thought to be Alfred Grifter, as he and his companions moved down the street. The others all carried instrument cases as well, and no one else on the street seemed to pay them any notice at all, not even when the tallest physically shoved a man out of his path. Finally, they turned down a flight of stairs into a basement jazz bar I didn't recognize. After a few seconds, I followed them. The bar was dimly lit and quiet, with red and orange lights giving it a warm, smoky feel. Patrons stood around, drinking and chatting. I counted 11 in total. I remember I made a note of the number because of how empty the place was. Most seemed to be dressed for an evening of jazz, but I noticed a few of them seemed to be wearing thick coats or jackets, and one, an older white man with a shock of silver hair, appeared to be wearing a silk bathrobe. Behind them, on the stage, Grifter's Bone were setting up their instruments. Now, despite everything that happened thus far appearing to show the contrary, I am not an idiot. I remembered Lee's story very clearly indeed and had no intention of staying for the show. Instead, I took out my phone, set it recording video, and placed it in a small alcove near the entrance with a good view of the stage. I checked to make sure the microphone was working, and then I left. I stood at the top of the stairs into that dingy jazz club, and I waited. After a few minutes of shivering in the cold, I thought I had made a mistake. The streets were deserted, and the previously mild November night had taken on a bone-deep chill. Then I heard it, muffled through the walls, but still rising distinctly to where I stood, a note. A single, clear note from what sounded like a cello. It was joined by others, a keyboard, a guitar, and over them all the pure, piping sound of a flute. It was beautiful. It was some of the most achingly beautiful music I had ever heard. Then the screams began. There was no build-up to the screams, no lead-up to explain the sudden eruption of sounds of agony. There were crashes as well, noises of impact, and once or twice something that sounded like tearing. Through it all in the background played that beautiful music. I stood there, frozen in place, not wanting to go down there, but not feeling able to flee. As below, all I could hear was haunting music and butchery. I went to pull out my mobile to phone the police, but I realized I'd left it down there recording in the jazz club. I finally made the decision to run for help when the noises ceased abruptly, and there was silence. I looked around for anyone who might have heard the cries of pain and panic and be coming to help, but there was no one. Just me. I began to slowly, carefully make my way down towards the basement. If whoever was down there wanted to kill me, I would be easy enough to find with the information on my phone. One way or another, I was at their mercy. When I opened the door, it was hard to know exactly what I was looking at. In the dull red light, the torn and mangled remains of the people I had seen alive not half an hour ago were almost indistinguishable from the carpet and furnishings. On stage, the musicians calmly packed away their instruments. They did not have a spot of blood on them. The one in the brown suit, who I assumed to be Alfred Grifter, looked up. He gazed straight into my eyes and said, "Encore?" I grabbed my phone and ran. I didn't phone the police. I was too scared of what might happen. I watched the news obsessively, waiting to see anything on the massacre, but there was nothing. It's been almost a week now, and I've heard nothing. I haven't been able to access the footage from that night. My phone says it's incorrectly formatted somehow, but I'll keep trying. I did go back to the jazz club, but I can find no sign of violence, no sign of Grifter's bone, and no sign of the 11 people who died that night. Statement ends. Our own investigations into the band Grifter's Bone yielded little that Ms. Ling did not include in her own remarkably comprehensive article, Spooks and Solos, The Slim Pickings of Grifter's Bone. Certainly her statement appears to be easily the most detailed account of any encounter with the band, assuming it is to be trusted. The Dean Street Jazz Club strenuously denies any violence took place on its premises during the dates in question, and there are no police reports that seem to match up with Ms. Ling's description. Well, I suppose that's not quite true. According to police reports, in the month of October 2013, there were a total of 11 deaths by violence in the Greater London area. It's impossible to match the details of all of them based on the information in Ms. Ling's statement, but one of the victims, Mr. Albert Sands, 67 years old and beaten to death in his own home. Although it happened 2 weeks before the events of this statement, according to the police, he was wearing a silk dressing gown when he was brutally murdered. We are unfortunately unable to follow up with Ms. Ling. It seems roughly 2 weeks after giving this statement, she assaulted Agatha Norrell, her elderly neighbour, with a claw hammer. Ms. Norrell was left in a coma from which she did not recover, while Ms. Ling turned the hammer upon herself. By the time the police arrived, she had done so much damage to her head that there was no hope of saving her. I have an uncomfortable feeling she might have finally gotten that video to work. End recording. Supplement. I've been watching Martin. He's been very attentive to my needs and recovery since I returned to work, almost to the exclusion of his own tasks. Previously, I might have ascribed such ministrations to his own lax work ethic, but in the stress of Prentice's attack, I am sure I glanced moments of competence or even cunning that are beyond what his previous work would indicate. Is he playing the fool? Purposefully failing in his tasks to delay or hinder my investigations? It's possible. He has also shown remarkable interest in my own theories as to who killed Gertrude. I have thus far diverted him by saying I believe it to be whatever is lurking in the tunnels below, but he seems unsatisfied by that response. I'm glad he's moved out of the archives, as it gives me a chance to work here without his constant presence. Also because he managed to leave some of his possessions behind. For the most part, it's just a few books of relatively awful poetry. There are a few pieces I feel could almost have been affecting if his style wasn't so obviously enamored with Keats. But there is an unfinished letter addressed to his mother in Devon, in which he mentions that he is worried about the others finding out I've been lying. It may be nothing, some inconsequential deception or other. After all, it is ostensibly written to his mother. But if it was actually to be sent to someone else, I will keep my eye on Martin. End supplement.
And the paranoia grows. All right. So I'm thinking about the last part of that where he's saying that the one guy that was in the bathrobe had died 2 weeks prior. So does that mean that all of the people who were in attendance were just corpses? They were not alive? And like, if this, I don't think they, and how do I say, later on in the series, they begin to list, like when we read on the wiki, like what the entity or fear is that's featured in that episode. And I don't think they've started to do that yet, but I believe that one is... Is that one the flesh? That would sort of make sense, right? They also give a really great explanation under each fear or god. All right. We are almost at 4 hours. I think, let's see, we started on 35. Let's see if we can get to 45. And then that'll be 10 episodes closer to the end. So, episode 43 is section 31. Is that like area? No. Area 51. What's section 31 about? I don't believe I remember this episode either. Oh, I forgot to stop our timer. Clear. Alright. Let's knock out these last three. This episode is 18 minutes, and then the next two are about 20 minutes each. So we've got a little... We have a little bit to go. And I'm getting sleepy, so that's good. Hopefully you are getting sleepy as well, if you're not already asleep. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus
Archives.
Episode 43, Section 31.
I really shouldn't be talking about it on tape.
That's entirely up to you. You came to us.
Yeah. Just want to talk about it with someone, you know?
Very much so.
I'm breaking the law by talking to you. You understand that?
I think so. There's some sort of non-disclosure agreement, I believe.
Pretty much. Do you need my real name?
Technically, no, but from what I understand of your situation, you'd be rather identifiable even without it. This is not the first time we've had statements from witnesses in sensitive positions. I'll mark the tape and file it for internal use only, which means it comes under the Institute's own very strict NDA policy and cannot be referenced or requested by external agencies or authorities, such as the police.
That's the best you can offer?
I'm afraid so. Though I remind you again, you are under no obligation to make a statement if it makes you uncomfortable. Or if you're worried about your voice being recognized, you could always write it down. I'll make an audio copy later.
I'm not really big on writing. I'm more of a talker.
Odd choice of career, then. I hear there are lots of forms to fill in.
Not much since I became Section 31.
Yes, you mentioned this Section 31. You know what, we will cover it in the statement. Statement of Police Constable Basira Hussain regarding her time investigating strange occurrences as part of Section 31. Statement taken directly from subject, September 19th, 2016. Statement begins.
Now?
Yes.
Right, well, first off, I'm not part of Section 31. It's not like a unit or a division within the police force or anything like that. It's a form you have to sign. Section 31 of the Freedom of Information Act covers exclusions for information pertaining to law enforcement. It just means that any information that could interfere with the prevention or detection of a crime can't be given out as part of an FOI request. So what happens is, when you stumble across something a bit weird, then after it's over, you're taken to one side and told to sign a form officially declaring what you saw and experienced was directly related to a crime. Then it's covered by Section 31 and can't be revealed under the Freedom of Information Act. There's a whole bunch of other NDA stuff in there as well, but it basically means you have to keep quiet about it. Thing is, signing your first Section 31 really marks you out. Word spreads fast in the station, and once they see you've signed one, people start to push you in that direction. They call you sectioned, which I guess is kind of appropriate. You're generally assigned to head out with others who signed, and if any officers get a whiff of something weird from a scene, they'll wait till you arrive, rather than going in themselves and risk getting sectioned themselves. I suppose in some ways it's kind of a unit, but not one with any funding or training or official power. Just a bunch of burned out cops with a retirement rate 5 times the average. That's why it took so long to get a car here when your friend found Miss Robinson's body. I was on a burglary call out with Carver, the only other sectioned officer on shift, and you can bet no one else was responding to a call from the Magnus Institute. No offence.
None taken. And full names, please.
What? Oh, PC Richard Carver.
Thank you. I did notice you seemed less taken aback by the large number of shriveled silver worm corpses than I would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, that was easily one of the most disgusting things I've seen on the job, but not the weirdest.
Shall we start at the beginning, then?
Okay, well, the first time I got hit with a Section 31 was 5 years ago, August 2011. I'd got my badge the year before that and was still getting used to some of the more stressful bits of the job. The week before this happened, I'd heard an officer got his leg shattered by some arsehole with a cricket bat. We were speeding towards the scene, but couldn't do anything but listen to it over the radio. That sort of thing, it does something to your brain. That mix of adrenaline and helplessness. So I was still a bit rattled when the call came in. There was a fire out near Clapham. A residential home had gone up and the fire brigade were calling for some police backup. Apparently the homeowner was getting violent and there were suspicions of arson. I was riding with John Spencer back then. We didn't really get on. Let's just say I wasn't a fan of the tone he always used when he said the word diversity. Though I never had enough to bring any real grievance about it. Even so, he didn't deserve what happened to him. So we arrive at the smoking ruin of a house, and the firefighters have got it pretty much locked down. Just a lot of smoke and damp rubble, except for where we see a couple of firefighters struggling to keep a guy restrained. He was a Hispanic male, probably mid to late 40s, heavy set with a completely shaved head. Another of the firefighters, this one with a fresh black eye, comes over to brief us. Apparently the guy had burst out of the house shortly after they arrived, not a single burn mark on him. The fire brigade had approached to see what help he needed, but instead he just started throwing punches and trying to run. That was an assault charge, sure, but why the arson? The fireman just sort of nods to him, and I realised for the first time the bald guy's saying something. Not loud, but intensely. I mean, this was years ago, so I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but it definitely involved the words cleansing fire, all shall be ash, and the name Asag, which I later learned is some kind of Sumerian demon. So that's fun. I reckon suspicion of arson was probably about right, and Spencer agreed. So he went to arrest the guy, maybe calm him down some while I got the handcuffs on. There's still part of me that feels guilty it was that way around. As I was cuffing him, there was this sudden, intense pain in my hand. It was just as I touched the metal to close them, it was incredibly hot. I once took a welding class ages back, just kind of on a whim, and made the mistake of forgetting that just because metal isn't glowing red doesn't mean it isn't scorching hot. It was that same burn, too intense for your mind to process for a second. Then all your nerves fire at once. It hurt, is what I'm saying. If I hadn't managed to get the cuffs closed before the pain really hit, I don't know what would have happened. As it was, I ended up with some badly blistered fingers, while in front of me the guy leaned over to Spencer and whispered something right in his ear. I didn't hear what he said, but Spencer went completely pale. He was shaking slightly as we shoved the guy in the back of the car, and I had to drive us back to the station. He refused to tell me what the guy had said. Our arsonist's name was Diego Molina. He was assistant curator at some Mexican museum come over with a loan to the Natural History Museum. But they hadn't heard from him for a few weeks. He didn't say much in questioning, though his English was clearly fine. Unfortunately, the arson case collapsed pretty quickly, so we just had to slap him with assault and let him walk with a hefty fine. Spencer didn't exactly help matters by getting himself suspended. The only thing Diego Molina had on him when we brought him in was a small book bound in red leather. They caught Spencer in storage, trying to destroy it with a Zippo lighter. I never saw him again. They told me he killed himself when he got home. Apparently he'd somehow filled the bath full of boiling water and just got in. Official story was he'd somehow done it using a kettle, which... That's just about the weakest cover-up I've ever heard. Anyway, after that happened, and I'd explained my burned fingers, they gave me my very first Section 31.
I see. I see. How many potentially paranormal events do you generally investigate as a police officer?
None. No one says the P word. Not paranormal, not supernatural, not even spooky. The words you learn to look out for are weird, odd, strange. And if you hear the phrase, "I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at," then yeah, you're not getting much backup. Almost all of them are false alarms. We get called to a lot of bad drug trips, animal attacks, and folks with genuine mental health issues. Those are the ones that have the potential to sound weirdish during initial contact. I didn't get another genuine Section 31 case for almost 3 years. July 18th, 2014. I remember because it was the hottest day of the year and the aircon in the car was out, so we were really suffering. It was me and Alice Tonner, who everyone calls her Daisy, but I can never get her to tell me why. Anyway, Daisy was sectioned years before I was even on the force. She's never been that forthcoming about any of her own experience, takes Section 31 very seriously. The most I could get out of her was that she was originally sectioned for something she referred to as spider husks. The way she described it, it sounded like she'd found a bunch of shells. The sort crabs leave behind when they grow, but I could never figure out if it was meant to be the husks of people-sized spiders or the spider-like husks of people, and Daisy never seemed like she wanted to clarify. I'm sure she mentioned vampires once as well, but I think she was joking. Probably. Maybe. Anyway, we were headed towards Kensington. This one had originally been called in for the ambulance, but then neighbours had reported gunshots, and we had a very strange call with the paramedics. They had specifically refused to confirm there was a gun on scene, so we didn't send an armed unit. They were still on standby, but something in the paramedics report made the other responders decide they should wait for us to get there. The building was pretty run down for Kensington. Still nicer than my house, but, you know. The paramedics met us at the door and showed us up. The lift was out, so we headed up the stairs. On each floor, I saw faces peering out of the cracks in front doors. They must have been the neighbours who heard gunshots. We carried on up until we reached the door that was already open. The lights inside were off. Paramedics said they've all been smashed. The windows had all been painted over, and it was like a boiler room in there. But even in the gloom, it was clear there was a lot of blood around. A lot of blood. We found the victim in the living room, sat on a large armchair. His face was a mess. We got a torch on him, and it was clear he'd been shot in the head multiple times at close range. He was male, white, youngish. Age was hard to guess from what was left of his face. His clothes were new, and there were a lot of expensive-looking trinkets about the place. A lot of old-looking domino sets in glass cases. Daisy spotted the gun lying next to him and went over to retrieve it while I checked the place for any other signs of life. I just turned around when I heard Daisy scream. The guy was moving, trying to gurgle something through what was left of his jaw. He was reaching for the gun. Daisy leapt for it, but it was right next to him and she missed. The man, who he should have been a corpse already, raised the gun and pointed it into this mass of flesh that was his head. Daisy grabbed the gun before he could pull the trigger again and managed to wrestle the gun away from him. Then he made a noise, just a really horrible sound. I think he was trying to cry. The paramedics took him after that. They didn't really want to, but it was clearly more in their domain than ours. I assume hospitals probably have their own version of a Section 31 those poor idiots had to sign later. Daisy and I told them we'd clear it up on the police side. Just a standard suicide, and the body was taken by the ambulance. It cut down on the forms, and neither of us wanted to sign another goddamn Section 31.
Fascinating. What other cases have fallen under this classification?
Officially, I've only had one other, and that was yours.
Officially?
You get a few dozen calls a year from people who have strange experiences, but they don't have any evidence. I mean, if what they say is true, then it would be a Section 31, but there's nothing that can be investigated or proven, so there's nothing to report. I always feel bad for them. They're always so sincere, so sure you can help, but unless they can point to the ghost or the spooky clown doll or whatever, there's not really a lot we can do. I've also been quite lucky, to be honest. I've dodged quite a few of the nastier Section 31s over the years. I remember Harry used to get wasted and tell all sorts of grim stories.
Full names, please.
Sorry. Sergeant Harry Altman. Works with him a few years back before he retired.
Right. So, just to return to Gertrude's body, that's currently considered a weird case.
I mean, we're investigating it as a murder because that's what it is. But you guys are basically an automatic Section 31, so I've got almost no help on it. Maybe that's why I wanted to make a statement, you know? I can't talk to anybody about this stuff, and then I come here and you've got all these people's experiences listened to and file away. I don't know. I've been meaning to come in ever since that call out.
Yes, so no one is helping you with Gertrude's case? No oversight?
Not really. I tried making the argument that the murder didn't seem to connect to any of your paranormal business, at least not directly, but nope. I've got a shot corpse, 3 boxes of cassettes, and Daisy, who's CID now, which I suppose means it's technically her problem, but she's now the only detective who's already sectioned, so she's always way too busy. As far as I know, neither of us have even had a chance to actually start listening to the tapes.
Interesting. Obviously, further investigation of the police cases to which Ms. Hussein refers is out of the question. Ensuring that the breach of non-disclosure and spreading of confidential information remains hidden is our top priority in this instance. Further investigation, however subtle, could put that in significant danger. Beyond that, Ms. Hussein did not appear to expect any such investigation. I can't say I blame her. Much as I value the deductive powers of my team, they are not trained detectives with the force of the Metropolitan Police behind them, so I imagine there would be little more they could unearth. Certainly nothing worth the risk. If nothing else, it appears we now have a name for our mystery burn victim from case 012-1102, Diego Molina. And I have a suspicion I know where he got that book. It's a shame he's dead, of course, but a piece of the puzzle is not something to be ignored. End recording. Supplemental. I have convinced Basira to give me access to the tapes. It won't be many or often, as they are currently police evidence and thus hard to subtly remove. And she can't necessarily guarantee the ones I get will be the most pertinent to the case, but it is still a significant victory. I only ever spoke to Gertrude once or twice during her time as archivist. I was very new. I don't remember what her voice sounded like. Part of me worries about what I might find on these tapes, but a bigger part of me worries I will find nothing. This uncertainty is wearing on me, and I don't know how much more I can take. End supplemental.
I think anyone would. I have to remember to turn all of the things back. I think anyone would be rather paranoid if their place of work had been attacked and they knew that there was this group of whomever that he's trying to figure out about was trying to murk him. Okay. All right, episode 44. 2 more. Sleepy time. Tightrope. Do I remember this episode? Oh, I forgot to stop our timer. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 44, Tightrope.
Case 9790302, Yuri Utkin. Incident occurred in the village of Algasovo, Central Russia, November 1952. Statement given 2nd of March 1979. Committed to tape 15th of April 1997. Gertrude Robinson recording. As a child, I always loved the circus. I grew up in the little village of Algasovo, deep in the forest steppes. We were tiny, far below the notice of the district's Raysovet, and as such we were quite a poor community, with little hope of being added to the circus routes as anything but a way station. Every year he would take my brother Ivan and me, and we would make the journey down to Moshansk to see the circus as soon as it arrived. Jugglers, acrobats, wild animals. It took my breath away every time. My favourites were the clowns. Not as you would think of them. I've seen what you call clowns in this country, but back then clowns would actually tell jokes, not simply hit each other and fall over. I didn't always understand the jokes they told, but there was something intoxicating about sitting there, surrounded by people all laughing and cheering. Even if I didn't always share their amusement, I always shared in their joy. I never liked the acrobats, though. I would watch them swinging from the top of the tents, leaping between the trapeze or walking their tightropes, and my chest would tighten, and all I could see in my mind would be the image of them falling to the sand-covered floor. I've never been afraid of heights myself, you understand. I used to spend half my summers at the top of the tallest trees I could find. When I was 6, my best friend Pyotr fell when we were climbing together. He survived, but broke his leg so badly that he still walks with a limp today. From that moment, that long, terrible moment when I watched him fall, whenever I would watch the acrobats fly through the air, it was all I could do not to close my eyes. Still, that doesn't change the fact that my visit to the circus in Moshansk remains some of the happiest memories I have of my childhood. One day in early November, the circus came to Algasovo. To say this was strange is to put it very mildly. As I've said, we were a small village and far below the notice of the troops that travelled the region. More than that, winter was beginning to set in, and it should have been many months before the touring season began again. Then, as now, all circuses were owned and run by the government, something that is taken very seriously. So the idea that it might be an independent company that had simply found itself in Algasovo was unthinkable. There were always rumours of vagrants or travellers who had set up their own shows, but these would be small things, always half ready to move on if someone reported them to the local Selsovet. This circus was huge, easily as big as the ones I would see at Moshansk. The trucks rolled through the village shortly before dawn, and by the evening there it stood in the field to the east of town. Over the entrance stood a brightly painted wooden sign that read Roygod Cirque, another circus. I begged my father to go. He was weary, but it became clear that almost everyone in the village was planning to visit, even if only so they knew what to report to the Selsowet later. Soon a mob of us were heading through the icy November evening towards the colourful tents and bright lights. As we approached, I heard a shrill piping sound. I'd never before heard a steam organ. They'd not been used in the other circuses I'd visited, and I found the noise invigorating. There was something in its shriek that thrilled me, though it was the last time I would be able to hear such a sound without being filled with the deepest dread. There was no fence around the outside, but instead the gate stood alone before the circus, with the name illuminated by gaslights either side. It was not a surprise that such a place would not have electricity like the ones in Morshansk, but still it seemed as though the flickering shadows cast by those lamps were starker than I was used to. Next to the gate stood a short woman in a leotard, seemingly oblivious to the cold. As the group of us approached, she began to wave with a slow, languid motion and called over for us to come in. The circus was open, she said, and all were welcome. Her voice was strange. The Russian she spoke was perfect, but her accent, her intonation were all wrong. Each time she spoke, it was abrupt and repetitive, like a scratched record. If my father and his friends noticed, they didn't show any sign of it, though they were suspicious enough already. I didn't care. I was too excited about the circus. Ivan was even keener than I was, and upon hearing this invitation, he burst out of the crowd and ran eagerly through the gate. And then it was as though some spell were broken, and the wariness seemed to disappear all at once. My father took my hand and led me through under that bright sign, paying the 5 rubles for entry. Beyond it there were more gaslights, casting their pallid glow on tents and wagons. That whistling steam organ still played, giving the place a feeling of life and energy, while the air was full of sweet smells. From behind the tent came the roar of a big cat, and I let go of my father's hand as I ran ahead to see. Sure enough, there, sat behind thick iron bars, was the vivid orange face of a tiger. It regarded me with narrowed eyes, though it remained still. I was entranced. Its fur was shiny and thick, and its mouth curled open to reveal long teeth of brilliant white. I'd seen bears and lions before, and once even an elephant, but I'd never seen a real-life tiger before. I leant closer, until all that was between us was 6 inches and some rusty iron bars. As I stared at this beautiful creature in front of me, it moved its head. It was the strangest thing to watch. It seemed to shift its position slowly, like a doll having its joints twisted, but its face remained completely still. The mouth stayed curled to reveal its teeth. The ears stayed alert and pointed forward, and the eyes still stared out, though where they had at first seemed brilliant, they now had an almost glassy look to them. Without warning, it roared, the same powerful cry of violence that I had heard before, but as it did so, I fell back in surprise. The tiger's mouth had not moved. As I scrambled back, I felt a large hand on my shoulder and looked up to see 2 huge men in overalls. They lifted me easily, so my feet hung almost 2 feet from the ground. They talked fast, crude Russian, and their words seemed to shift back and forth between them, telling me that behind the tent was off limits, and that I should leave the tiger alone, as it wasn't ready to perform yet. At least that's what I thought they'd said at the time. It was only later that it struck me their exact phrase had been that the tiger wasn't finished. They carried me back to my father and placed me down next to him. He thanked them and asked me if I'd seen my brother. Ivan had not returned after he ran off through the gate, and my father was growing concerned. He was standing talking to a pale man in a flamboyant red coat, whom I took to be the ringmaster. This brightly dressed man said there was no reason to be alarmed, that he would ask his people to be on the lookout, and that Ivan would no doubt return when the show was about to start. There was much to explore in the circus, he told my father patiently, and children often let their excitement get the better of them in this strange new place, but they'd never lost one yet. This last part he said with a smile that I think was supposed to be reassuring, but reminded me too much of the tiger with its shiny, unmoving teeth. I left them arguing there and went off to find Ivan. In my 10-year-old's mind, I was sure that I would be able to figure out where my younger brother had wandered to. I would return triumphant, and my father would tell all the village of how well I had done. As I walked, I became fascinated by the flickering gaslights, some clear and bright, others behind coloured glass, and decided that Ivan would also have been drawn to them. So I followed them round the tent, through the wagons and trucks, until I found myself standing before a smaller tent, set off to the side of the big top. There was another wooden sign across the top. This one appeared to be written in English. I did not then understand what it said. Knowing what I know now, I believe it said freak show. Now, you must understand that the freak show was not part of a Soviet circus. Indeed, I believe even in America, the practice has been out of fashion for many, many years. So I did not have any idea what to expect when I went in looking for Ivan. What I saw inside is one of the main reasons that I'm so sure that my experience deserves to be in your library. It's the reason I went to Moscow to study medicine, for the people, if such they can be called, that I saw in there were of such grotesque proportion and bodily forms that I became obsessed with learning how it was they might still live. It was only when I was many years into my medical training that I finally accepted that, scientifically, such things were not possible. A mouth cannot function if it's located anywhere other than the face. Limbs cannot bend like rubber. A man cannot walk and talk and stare without a head. You will, I hope, forgive my lack of precise descriptions. It has been 27 years since that night, and I can no longer clearly distinguish between what is memory and what is nightmare. I walked along the row of cages. Those few other patrons who had found their way to this tent turned around quickly, leaving with pale faces and shaking legs. But I was determined to find Ivan. I closed my eyes as I walked, opening them only momentarily every few steps to check if he was there. I called out, but there was no reply, either from my brother or from the silent things in their cages. Finally, I reached the end of the tent. The last cage was empty, save for a large Hessian sack. It was tied by thick rope, wrapped around so tightly that it bulged through the gaps in its binding. I took momentary comfort in the fact that it was far too big to be Ivan. Still, I found myself approaching it, curiosity momentarily overcoming my growing sense of dread. Then, in the distance, the steam organ began to play, announcing the start of the show, and the bag began to move. It contorted itself, pulsing and throbbing like a wounded animal's stomach, and fell heavily forward. I screamed and fled out into the frozen night. It was only when I was about to pass back out through the wooden gates that I stopped, remembering that even if Ivan had fled like me, my father was still in this terrible place. I resolved to rescue him, and turned back towards the main tent. Light spilled out of the open entrance as the steam organ kept playing. I entered to see two clowns fighting. Not the slapstick routines of the clowns I'd been used to, rife with wordplay and satire, but a crunching violence I had never seen before. One of them, huge and scowling in white and purple polka dots, pinned down its smaller companion, whose bright yellow shirt was now streaked with red. With each blow from the big clown, the crowd, among whom I could clearly see my father, howled with laughter and cheers. The laughter didn't sound right. None of it was right. It was as though I was looking at a tent full of vicious strangers, every one of whom wore a face I had known since birth. Then my gaze drifted upwards, to the tightrope stretched between the towering tent poles, and my heart stopped. Halfway across, tottering on legs too short to balance properly, was Ivan. Everything else was forgotten as I watched him there, and the sounds of the world around me faded away. The question of how he had got up there, or made it halfway along that thin metal wire, didn't even enter my mind. I could think of nothing but that next step that would send him tumbling to a floor caked in sand, grease paint and blood. No one else in the audience or the ring seemed to have noticed him up there, and my throat had closed too tight to call to them. I could do nothing but watch as Ivan took another step along the tightrope. He swayed to one side, then the other, and I could see he was crying, tears falling to the floor like single drops of rain. He took another step, and then another. He did not fall. I watched in amazement as my 7-year-old brother walked and walked. My heart was still clenched in fear, and I could not breathe. Ivan took his final step, lifted his right foot, and placed it upon the platform on the opposite tent pole. He had made it. He gripped the pole and moved around it and out of sight. I do not know how long I had stood there watching, but it seemed like only a moment later I felt my father's hand grip me by the shoulder. I turned to see him standing there with Ivan by his side. He had a look on his face as though he had eaten something that had spoiled, and without a word he led us out of the circus and back to our home. The field was empty by the next morning. No one in our village ever spoke of that night, and when the state circus came to Morshansk the next year, my father did not offer to take us, and we did not ask. For many years I thought that it might have been some strange dream or distorted memory, as no one ever acknowledged that it had happened. But I asked Ivan about it when we were older. He hesitantly said that he remembered the circus coming, but everything after running through the gate was a blur. I pressed him further on the subject, and he just shook his head. He didn't remember what happened, he said, but he still got terrible nightmares. Every November, around when the circus had come to Algasovo, he would dream that he was there again. He could smell the sawdust and hear the steam organ playing, but he could not move. In the dream, he would find himself tightly bound with coarse rope and trapped inside a thick Hessian sack. I remembered those nights. He always woke up screaming. Final comments. Sounds, from what I can tell, like Yuri Utkin and his brother were rather lucky in their encounter with the circus, as both escaped with only significant mental trauma. A decidedly tame result for a run-in with Gregor Orsinov's troupe, especially as this would have been during the height of their tour. If it was in the 70s, after Deniken had left, then maybe it would come as less of a surprise, but as it stands, I think it's somewhat amazing that the whole town appears to have made it through in one piece. Obviously, it's a good thing the children survived, but it does pique my interest in Ivan Utkin. Unfortunately, he appears to have passed away in 1984, but he must have been something rather special.
Supplemental. This is the first of the tapes I've received from Becerra. Luckily, it appears that Gertrude was not as lax in properly marking these tapes as she has been the rest of the archive. While it provides some interesting context for Leanne Deniken's statement and this strange circus, I will admit to some disappointment it doesn't address any of my more pressing questions about Gertrude's tapes. Why did she begin recording them, and why stop? If she'd been doing so right up until her death, she would have likely gotten through much of the archive, and moreover, I wouldn't have had to find this tape player tucked away in the storage room, covered in dust and cobwebs. Moreover, she clearly knows a lot more about what is going on than I had previously assumed. This is far from the first time she has encountered the other circus, or the circus of the other, or however it translates. I suppose I'll have to return the tape to Becerra and wait until she can get me another one. It is infuriating to have to simply wait like this, but there is little else I can do. Additionally, I think someone may have found these secret tapes. They do not appear to have been disturbed, but the drawer in which I kept them is
slightly more open than I left it. I have not mentioned it to the others, as if any of them did open my drawer for innocent reasons, then I don't want to let them know there is anything significant about the tapes inside. I have prized up one of the floorboards and will be hiding them beneath there from now on. End supplement.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International.
I think it would be so weird to, like, the way that he describes how he was staring at his brother, and then the next moment it seems that he was standing right there with him, with their father. And also, I was wrong. The last episode, the entity that the grifter works for is the slaughter. So the music that they play, the grifter's bone, is what causes people to begin to slaughter. So that's one of the fears, is the slaughter. All right, this is our last episode for the night. We listened, I don't even think we'll be able to listen to 10 episodes every Friday, because I don't know if I'll always want to. I'm trying to get us through it before the end of the year is over. That's my goal. So we have 200 episodes to listen to. We'll just have to get to it as we get to it, I guess. It's almost time. It's almost time for sleep. All right. Episode 45. This is the blood bag. Do I remember this episode? I feel like I remember them as soon as it gets like 5 minutes into it. I'm like, oh yeah. That was it. Alright, this is our last one for tonight, my dears. Thank you for being here with me. I hope you have enjoyed these as much as I have. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 45, Blood Bag. Statement of Thomas Neal regarding his experiences working in malarial research during the spring of 2010. Original statement given February the 9th, 2011. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I hope you'll forgive the handwriting. The shaking has gotten better over the last few months, but it's still quite hard to read. Also, my therapist has recently changed up my medication, so if I get a bit muddled, that's why. Just to be clear, my medication and treatment have been in
response to the events I'm describing here. I was not taking any drugs before or during the event I'm setting down. I only started my treatment course after Neil's death. I've been working as a research assistant for about 6 years now. Anyone who tries to sell you the career with promises of money, fulfillment, or grand discoveries is a liar. The work is long and repetitive. The discoveries will be credited to the fellows, at least until they're disproved or irrelevant 5 years down the line, and the money is, the money is actually not too bad. At least not until the grant dries up halfway through the project. I guess what I mean to say is that when I finally managed to get on a project doing something I really believed in, I was prepared to overlook a lot. It was malaria research at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. I was working under Dr. Neil Thompson. I'm pretty sure he hired me just because of how similar our names are, Thomas Neil and Neil Thompson. There was always a little moment of confusion whenever anyone asked for Neil. I think he got a kick out of it. That's the sort of person he was. Not mean-spirited or nasty. He just liked a bit of harmless chaos now and again. Balanced out his precision in the lab, I suppose, because in there he was the sort of rigorous, meticulous scientist I didn't think existed outside of fictional medical dramas. Put it like this. He wore a white lab coat and it was always immaculate. I don't know if you realize how genuinely impressive that is working in a lab, especially given as our work was messy. Very messy. We weren't working on malaria directly, you understand. Our work was on the Anopheline mosquitoes themselves, transmission capable, but not infected. Though you'd hardly know by the reaction if one got loose. We're talking panicked, fleeing, lockdown and trained staff coming in to kill the thing. I always used to think that level of caution was ridiculous given our mozzies didn't actually have malaria. Not so much anymore. We were trying to synthesize a sort of blood substitute, a combination of the sugars and proteins that the mozzies need to survive, but one that was more enticing than a human full of blood. The idea was to create a lure of sorts, which would keep the mosquitoes concentrated away from people and could potentially be used to poison them, though that bit was some ways in the future. At this point, most of the research was spent trying to perfect the taste of the thing, for lack of a better term. The smell was also a big factor, as we needed the mozzies to choose it as a source of protein over a human. And as it progressed, it turned out that the texture and composition of the feeding bag itself helped attract them. So it ended up getting more and more like, human skin. The later bags even had little bits of human hair embedded into them, which made the whole thing several shades too grotesque for me, but the mozzies went mad for it. And as far as Neil was concerned, that's all that mattered. After about 6 months, we had pretty much perfected it, to be honest. We had a lure bag that the mozzies preferred over a human sample in 98% of cases, and which they consistently demonstrated a willingness to return to over alternatives. The issue was the cost. Our synthesized blood substitute, which we liked to call hemoglobish, was simply not cheap enough for mass production, especially considering the bag requirements, and as we were dealing in prevention rather than cure, we were always going to be compared to the cost-effectiveness of just buying a boatload of mosquito nets. And that wasn't going to be a comparison where we came out on top. We kept going, though, trying to recreate the effect with cheaper, more easily available materials. But that was when Neil first started muttering darkly about funding. Here's where I should probably say a bit about Neil's syringe. Now, our Dr. Thompson claimed to be descended from the 19th century physician John Snow, a great-great-nephew or a great-great-great-grandson or something like that. I'm not sure how much you know about epidemiology in the 1850s, and it's certainly a common enough name, but Snow was pivotal in laying the groundwork for the germ theory of disease transmission and is widely credited with helping end the cholera outbreak of 1854. I only bring this up because Neil had, well, I suppose you could call it something of a totem. It was an old Victorian syringe, which he claimed had belonged to this illustrious ancestor of his. I don't know if it was true or not, but Neil certainly treated the thing like a relic. He kept it in excellent condition, with glass shining and brass polished, and would carry it around in a small case tucked into his lab coat pocket. Whenever he was called upon to do any calculations or look over results, his hand would slip into that pocket, and he gently clutched that case. So you can imagine that it came as something of a surprise when he came to me and asked for my help in selling it. Now, according to Neil, our project's grant money had run out, and without alternative sources of funding, we weren't going to be able to continue the work. I'm not sure how much I believed him, as the word around the lab was Neil had something of a gambling habit. In fairness to him, I'd heard all sorts of baseless gossip flying around about everybody, and honestly don't know how the money worked for our project. I'd just signed the contract and took the paychecks. It never occurred to me to investigate our funding myself, so he might have been telling the truth. He might have been trying to save the project. It didn't really matter, as by this point Neil and I were quite close, so if he asked me to do him a favour, I wasn't exactly going to refuse. When I say he asked for my help selling it, that's not exactly accurate. He'd already found a buyer, some antiques dealer, who Neil said had offered him 6 figures for it. That sounded mad to me. I mean, it was a valuable trinket, sure, but that's all that it was. Neil didn't seem entirely convinced the guy was on the level either, which was why he asked me to come along. I'm a big guy, 6'7", 14.5 stone, so I can cut a pretty intimidating figure if I need to, especially if you don't know that I've never thrown a punch in my life. That's what Neil wanted me to do. Just be there, have his back while he went to meet this guy, so he'd know not to try anything. I don't remember the name, I'm afraid, but he was foreign. Indonesian, I think, or Samoan. I expected the meeting to be after dark in some dingy dockyard, but as it turned out, they'd arranged to meet at the Three Greyhounds pub in Soho the following afternoon. I wanted to dress to intimidate, but I didn't really have any appropriate clothes, so I just wore a suit. As it turned out, I needn't have bothered. This overly generous antiques dealer was almost as big as I was, and unlike me, he looked like he could handle himself. He didn't even look at me when he entered the pub, almost deserted at that time on a Tuesday afternoon. He sat opposite Neil, while I stood awkwardly just outside their booth. They talked hurriedly and quietly to each other, and I couldn't make out many of the words, though it seemed like they were just discussing the price of the syringe. Eventually I saw a couple of briefcases exchange hands, and that was it. The dealer got up and walked out, holding a suitcase that seemed much lighter than the one he'd come in with. Neil gave me a relieved nod and headed back to the lab with his own suitcase, that I can only assume was full of cash. This is when things started to go wrong. When things started to get weird. I don't know if it had anything to do with Neil selling that syringe. I mean, I don't know how it could have. But that's when the trouble started. The first thing I noticed was the heat. Now, mozzies need to be kept at a temperature of around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius, which might not sound too hot, but at this point it was late May and we were starting to head towards summer, so on a sunny day the room where we kept the cages felt stifling. But as the days wore on, the heat started to seep out into the rest of the lab until we were all coated with sweat for most of the day. We called the building manager to get the heating checked and he told us everything was working fine. He even agreed to turn on the air conditioning for us, but it made no difference. The lab was warm and humid, everything felt sticky, and I took to bringing in a change of shirt for when I left at the end of the day. Luckily, none of the chemicals we were mixing into the faux blood bags were particularly temperature sensitive, or God knows how much work we might have lost. That was unpleasant, of course, but there was no real evidence of it being paranormal. No, that didn't come until a couple of weeks later. The mozzies started acting unusually. We kept them in metal mesh cages so they're viewable at all times. There's a hole in the front which is lined with gauze that can be gathered up to make a seal or allow you access to the cage. Normally they're happy enough to flit about their cages, but then, without warning, they stopped. They landed on the cage and just stayed there. They were distributed almost completely evenly over the inside, to the point where it almost looked regimented. And then they would stay like that for hours. It was unsettling, and more than once the researchers retrieved some for testing, looking for any change that might have resulted in this altered behavior, but everything came back normal. Sometimes, though, when I was working late, I'd look into that room, and I swear I would see a mass of mosquitoes in each cage, crowded in a thick clump around the gauze covering the entrance. I should have told somebody, but at the time I didn't know what I was seeing. The mosquitoes' attitudes towards the fake blood bags changed as well. Instead of meandering round, landing, feeding, flying off, feeding again, a few times. Now, as soon as the bag was placed inside, every mozzie in there would descend on it immediately, all at once, until the bag was completely covered in needle mouths and flitting wings. It genuinely started to scare me. What really scared me, though, and everyone else on the team, was what came out of the blood bag afterwards. Shortly after they began exhibiting this behavior, one of the other research assistants, George Larson, was retrieving one of the empty bags and returning it for disposal in the lab, when he stumbled, and it fell to the floor. When it hit the ground with a moist thud, it became immediately clear that the bag was not as empty as it had first appeared. The blood substitute, the hemoglobish, was a clear, syrupy orange, almost like dark honey, but slightly thinner. What oozed out of the bag now was a deep, cloudy red. At this point, nobody objected to calling in a biohazard. They took samples of the substance and put us through a basic decontamination, and then I went home. Odd to think now that my thoughts back then were full more of curiosity than of fear. The tests came back, and were as alarming as they were impossible. It was blood. Real blood. O negative, and infected with malaria. Not just malaria, though, but yellow fever, hepatitis B, and signs of cholera. There were other substances in the sample as well that they were unable to identify. We were all told that we were to be quarantined immediately and that our project was shut down until further notice. I remember standing there in the lab as they said this. I heard a strangled cry from behind me and turned around to see Neil, shaking his head over and over, his face a mask of rage and hatred. He wasn't looking at the people who had come to quarantine us, though. No, he was looking at the room full of mosquitoes, as though they had planned this, as though it was purely through their malicious intent that he was watching his career burn to nothing. Before anyone could stop him, he grabbed a fire extinguisher and ran into the mosquito room. God knows what he was hoping to achieve. Spray a few cages to death in some petty act of revenge, maybe? He never got the chance. As he fumbled with the release mechanism, a tremendous buzzing filled the air. And suddenly I realized what they had been doing clustered around the gauze those nights. There was no time to pull Neil out, so I did the only thing I could. I shut the door. Thousands of mosquitoes erupted from those cages, far more, I thought, than we could possibly have had on site. There was no way to count them, though, as they swarmed onto poor Neil, first his hands and his face, then beneath his clothes, until there was no part of him not covered with the things. He swatted at them, killing some, but there were just too many. And after a few seconds, it was clear he was going into shock. He tried to scream, but that just gave them more places to drink from. That was when I turned away. There hadn't been a single drop of blood spilled, but we all knew that Dr. Neil Thomas was dead. I don't remember much after that. There was a lot of shouting and a lot of noise, then tests, confused and worried academics asking me questions that, of course, I couldn't answer. It was almost a month before the world was in focus again. The faculty have been all right to me, actually, so I should probably be thankful. They were so keen to get this swept neatly under the rug that they just let me go, with such a glowing reference that I just walked into a lab tech position at King's College. It's mostly helping students, but that's all right. I think I'm done with research. Statement ends. Can't stand mosquitoes. Horrible things. Any solution to the issue of malaria that doesn't concentrate on wiping them out is not one that I have much time for. Still, this grotesque account doesn't give us many leads to follow. Obviously, there's the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine itself, but Tim's investigation yielded little significant information. Apparently those staff who've been around long enough to remember the event either didn't know the details or have been well briefed to keep their mouths shut. Aside from the fact that Dr. Neil Thomas died in a lab accident on the 30th May 2010, there's little more to be found. Sasha managed to get a copy of the inquest report, which is infuriatingly vague, but does list the cause of death as blood loss. and the official verdict as death by misadventure. I don't think there can be much doubt that the antiques dealer is the curious Mr. Solesa. He's now turned up enough that I can no longer write it off as a coincidence, and have been having a word with Rosie about whether we can make contact with him. Apparently he hasn't been seen for almost 2 years now, with rumours in the trade running to everything from he had a quiet retirement to he's trying to dodge a jail sentence, or even he was shot dead in Colombia for stealing a priceless artifact from a drug lord. Whatever the reason, it doesn't look like he'll be answering questions anytime soon, though I have urged Rosie to keep trying. Aside from that, there's little more we can do with this statement. Mr. Neal himself passed away last year. Martin hasn't been able to get a hold of the official cause of death, but judging by the number of antibiotics the police report list as being at his home at the time, it must have been something very nasty indeed. End recording. Supplemental. I've been doing some digging into Tim, watching him. He's certainly doing his job far better than I'd have expected given his recent experiences. There's just one thing I don't understand. Why is he working for the Institute? A first in anthropology from Trinity College, 5 successful years spent climbing the ladder at a major publishing house, and then out of the blue he decides to come work for us. Why? I can't find any other indication of an interest in the paranormal, nothing to indicate this area of study appealed to him. And why stay after everything that happened with Prentice? Is it just loyalty, or could it be something...
Hey, I just wanted to check if you wanted a cup of tea. Sorry, are you recording? I thought you were done for the day.
I am. It's,
Why do you have pictures of Tim?
It's a performance review thing, going over some files for it.
But that looks like a picture of his
confidential files that you shouldn't really be looking at them. Please leave,
right,
Martin.
Right. Did you want that tea?
No. Thank you, Martin. I need to find a better place to do these recordings. End supplemental.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau.
We did it. Yep, it's time. Well, thank you for joining me for such a long listening party tonight. I hope that you've enjoyed your time, and I hope that even after listening to all of that, that you can still have a good night and very sweet dreams. It can be a little bit scary. I don't think these last episodes were too bad, except for maybe the buggy ones. Maybe they were a little bit bleh. But we have more to come. We will get back into the episodes next Friday, I think. And we'll see how far we get. What do we even have coming up? I almost considered us listening to the next one. It's really good. But yeah, the next 10 are pretty good. So, yay, I'm excited. Alright, as we like to say here, Oyasumi or Oyasumira is our way of saying goodnight. And if you feel so inclined, You're always welcome to say good night, sweet. Or type that into the chat. But I will see you soon. Your good night kiss. And have sweet dreams. Good night, dear. We'll see everybody on Monday. And have a cozy weekend. Good night, good night.